All right. See if it's working. Oh, thank you for the... Oh, that was fast. Oh, thank you. I'm exhausted after that. Are we allowed to do Charlie's videos? Because I would love that to be the topic. Oh, thank you. Just let me know when you're here, because I only see one person still. All right, I'll wait until... Hi, guys. I wanted to go live just to interact with you guys. Please fill me in. Is it allowed to do Charlie's debate videos? Or would I get, like, in trouble for that? Anybody know? Because Charlie has a lot of debate videos, and we could talk about that for hours. Who's that? Oh! Woo! You are loud.
Hey, oh, I'm sorry. I was watching other YouTube. How you doing?
Hi.
Hey,
Are we? I want to know. Are we allowed to do Charlie's debate videos, or would I get in trouble for that? Because we could talk about that for hours.
Oh, Charlie debate? No, Charlie debate. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's.
I don't want to get in trouble with my account if I.
No, I don't think Charlie Kirk. You could take one of Charlie Kirk and we discuss it if anybody's interested. That sounds good. Or you could talk about the Nigerian genocide. Or Charlie Kirk is a great idea. You could bring one of his debate and we could talk about it, and that's something to discuss. That sounds great idea. What do you have in mind? Bring it up.
Let's see. Oh,
Let's see.
All right.
Go ahead. What you got? Because usually I don't get on much on your scout much because I have other things to do here at work, and as long as someone comes in the stream like the way I am, you could see them, and if they're about to do, because there's a little delay and they're about to do anything stupid, you know what I mean? You could just kick them out. You know what I mean?
Oh, I will.
Okay, because I want live stream today on my channel, but I don't want to just go over what my other channel. There is no need to, because you don't know who's watching, and I'm not
exactly.
All right, it's okay. So anyway, what do you have? Let me see what you got.
Let's see.
Well, before we start, can I ask something quick?
Yep.
I mean, we could talk you and I about it, but what is the other guys who really interested? They seem to be really interested, not interested in anything, but the way they sound like I like critical thinking. At the same time, I like the idea when someone disagrees with us, not that I want to disagree, but they have a different opinion, different.
I would rather have somebody to disagree with me than always agree with me, because then
No, I
it
know what you
doesn't
mean.
seem, yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You have to understand something here. I could disagree with you, Reina, but at the same time, I could be really nasty to you. Is that what you want?
No.
No, of course not. Of course not. So you gotta be careful. You could say to them, "Listen, you're welcome to come in and chit chat, discuss. We may agree, disagree with respect." I think you should put that in your screen. Let's talk about anything. Well, if you talk about anything, what if someone comes in here and wants to talk about? I don't want to say it, but you should say, "Let's talk about. Let's let's discuss and debate." Yeah. All right. Let's see what you. Let's see what you have to. Let's see what you got. Go ahead. Play it out.
There you go.
What, is that rain outside? I could hear. Is it rain outside?
You're probably hearing my heater.
I could swear I'm hearing rain. Anyway, go ahead. Let me hear what Charlie. I love this guy. May God rest in peace, this poor guy. Oh, did you share it on your Facebook? Let others also, they may want to join in.
I'm doing that right now.
Just share it.
Anybody can join, but be respectful, obviously.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear Charlie Kirk. Let's see what topic he has in mind. And then you could stop it when he talks about.
All right. Let's see.
Let's see.
Oh, are you able to see the screen? Do I have it on the right screen?
I see a commercial. Well, put the sound, girl.
Ooh, wait. I'm trying to get YouTube back.
When it comes to yeah, play it out.
Right.
There we go. I see a commercial.
Hopefully
Is that the one you looked at? Someone's taking a napkin. Oh, there he goes.
It's right here. You ready? So we're going to hear it for just a few minutes, and then I will pause it.
Of campuses every year, and I see it everywhere. Kids are struggling to deal with their emotions, and it's taking a serious toll on their mental health. That's why I'm excited about Angel Studios' newest family film, Sketch. It's a fun, creative story about a little girl who drops her sketchbook into a magical pond, and suddenly all her wild, messy drawings come to life. This is something I've been telling you about for a few months now, so if you're already a Premium Guild member, you have your 2 free tickets, and if not, then become a Premium Angel Guild member today and get 2 free tickets to see Sketch in theaters August 6th. If you're ready to see more movies like Sketch, movies that are fun, hilarious, and meaningful, go to angel.
Huh?
I never heard of this. Have you ever heard of it? Sketch?
No.
Yeah, that's
.com/Kirk and become a
angel.com/Kirk.
Yeah, but that's
Premium Angel Guild member today.
Yeah, it's for children.
Yeah. It's not bad. Maybe I should watch it. I almost said we should watch it. You're way far from me and I'm far from you. But you know what? Maybe someone in your area could, well, not only just someone close to you, maybe, what is it about anyway, angel.com Kirk? Do you have an idea or no? This is the first time I hear it.
I would have to look that up.
What happened to where is the other guy, Mr. and the other guys who happened to be in your stream the other day on your other social media? You don't see them anymore?
Yeah, they come by.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah.
You are first, correct? Yeah.
All right, here it goes. You ready, guys? Here's the debate.
Hi, Charlie. I hope you are doing well. My name is Hayden, and I think I can change your mind on an issue in 90 seconds or less.
Wow. Ooh, okay, let's see.
I'd like to respectfully challenge your view on the moral culpability of mothers in abortion. From what I understand, you view most post-abortive mothers as victims of the abortion industry rather than as murderers themselves. This view concerns me because victims don't need to repent and confess sin, but murderers do, and there's tremendous reason to believe the vast majority of mothers getting abortions are murderers. 91% of women who get abortions are age 20 or older, and 59% have previously given birth at least once. Less than 1% of abortion patients cite their husband, partner, or parents wanting them to have an abortion as their most important reason for having the abortion. A 2011 study of over 15,000 abortions found that 43% of abortion patients chose to view their ultrasound, and 98% of them still proceeded with the abortion. Even in Wisconsin, where there's a 24-hour waiting period, informed consent laws, and mandatory ultrasounds with verbal descriptions of the baby's heartbeat, development, and visible body parts, 89% of women at a Milwaukee clinic still chose to go through with the abortion, with 93% reporting they were the dominant decision maker. All this information supports my view, but is largely unnecessary, since Romans 2 tells us that the law of God is written on every human heart, including those of the women who willingly murdered their children by abortion. If this is not clear evidence that most mothers who procure abortions are guilty of the sin of murder, then what evidence, if any, could I provide to persuade you?
Okay, so just to be clear,
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
what is your thoughts on abortion?
Actually, before I speak about abortion, I think, the other day when I forgot who was in your chat the other day, and he had a couple of things to say about abortion. I think this is something good for him to hear. But anyway, this guy, the one who asking Charlie, sounds like sounds like he's right. He's reading from a book or someone. I mean, it's a very, very long.
Yeah, he's on his phone and he's reading it from a
Yeah. But anyhow, do you remember the guy who asked us or asked you the other day? He happened to be also on your live stream here on YouTube, and he was saying something about abortion. He made a couple of good points. I'll be honest with you. Do you remember?
Jalver?
Yeah, and he's like pro. See, I'm a pro-life, but he's a pro. What do you call that? What's pro-choice? He made a couple of good points, and as much as he made those good points, I'll be honest with you. Do you remember what he said? You don't remember?
No.
Okay. He said, what happens is if you know that your baby,
Oh, yeah.
you remember, and it's co-joined, two people co-joined only with one heart and all that, one body, and that's what's going to happen. And I'll be honest with you, I am totally oppose abortion, and I do not want abortion, but that's really a difficult thing for me to do. And if I had that choice, may God forgive me, I probably like 50-50. I wouldn't even know what to say other than like, not really, I don't want a child. Like the poor guy's gonna be like stuck, two people stuck in one body with one heart, let's say, or one lung. And do you know what I mean? If you split them apart, they're both gonna die. So I don't know. But speaking of that, do you remember there was this guy? Oh, actually, not this guy. There was one girl. Oh my God, how am I gonna say that? There was co-joined girls together in one body, and now adults, and they married one guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
That's crazy.
No, I know it's crazy, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, how do you see yourself?
Well, I see myself.
Uh,
I don't see how a man could do that.
okay,
I mean,
let's just say, I'll tell you what, let's put it in a different way. Let's supposedly you married this guy co-joined, and it's two men in one body. Can you see yourself? Be honest. Me,
no.
I don't know. Can you
Because
imagine looking at
that
two faces?
that person would constantly be there.
No. But think about it. Let's just say you said to this guy, "Oh, I love you, honey," and all that. What are you gonna say to the other face?
There would be no privacy.
Okay, what if let's just say you're having an argument with this guy? I'm gonna slap the heck out of him. Oh, you're hurting me too, lady. You get it?
Exactly. I can't do it. No.
Okay, here's another thing for you. Oh God, what am I saying? Mom, which one is my dad? I'm sorry. You get?
Yeah.
Mom, is it the one on the right or the left?
I can't tell.
What do you mean, Mom? You don't know.
You have to put a sticker on his forehead.
Oh my God! What are you, like a Hindu?
Yeah, right there.
No, but they could be able to remove it.
Put permanent marker. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, so what was your question, by the way?
I actually did a project on abortion
Really? Okay.
in high school, and I passed because I made valid points. Some certain situations, like the little girl, for instance, Yes, she's little. There's no way that she could possibly conceive because she's still a child herself. She's not fully grown. So that would kill her. I wouldn't want a child to go through that, but a grown woman, no matter what, it's always a blessing. Now, the situation might not be the way that she would want to have a child,
Right.
but in God's eyes, they're a blessing. And I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
If it has a heartbeat, it is murder because they're even exactly what Charlie said.
Right.
If there is a heartbeat, it's a human being.
Mm-hmm.
It's its own body, its own heart, own brain, like everything, like we have.
Right. Right.
You shouldn't take that away because you don't want to step up, no matter the situation. The child asked to be born. I would step up and take care of it.
I agree.
Now, if it risks my life, I would want you to save the child.
Can I ask you a little personal question? You could say no comment, which is fine. Can I ask you before you answer it, just think and you tell me if you don't want it. If it's too personal, just say no comment. In other words, don't share it because it's on the social media. But I want to ask you this. Do you know anyone in your family or anyone in your life who did abortion, and how do you feel about it? You could, if you don't want to answer, it's okay, but don't answer it unless you really feel comfy about it.
I don't know anybody in my family that did, but
Do you know anyone else out in the world, let's say family, friends, or you know someone?
I've had family members be raped, but
no, not. Oh, so okay. Do you know anyone is being raped and then had abortion?
no, she was raped, but she couldn't do it to the child. She had it.
Wait, she was raped, but she never had a child?
No, she was raped by a colored man, but she didn't want to abort the child, so she.
Okay, so I see. By a black guy. I got it. But she had the baby, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
She did not want to abort it. It was
okay. That was a good thing, but to me, it's a good thing. For others, probably it's not a good thing. But let me ask this: what did her parents? Do you know anything about her parents? Did they agree to it? Did they object? Did they?
She was a grown woman.
Oh, she's a grown-up woman.
Mm-hmm.
How old were we talking about? Like she wasn't like a teenager, 18, 19.
No, she was in her 20s or 30s.
Okay, all right. So that's all right. So thank God it didn't happen. But anyway, so let's see. We almost drifted off what the question was. It's a big freaking long question. What the guy was saying. Let's see what Charlie had to say.
Okay.
Play it, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe you should explain more to the audience of your view. You are an abolitionist, is that correct?
No,
okay.
Sir. So I believe that we shouldn't retroactively prosecute women, and abolitionists don't believe that either. But I believe that
some do, but I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, so I believe that we should pass a bill of equal protection that protects all human life equally from conception and doesn't give special murder rights to mothers.
I mean, at least can we agree that abortionists should first be prosecuted before anybody else? Can we agree on that?
I don't think that we should delay providing equal protection to preborn humans, and we would be delaying it by giving mothers special murder rights.
We're just not going to agree on this. Regardless of all those stats, I don't think women are given informed consent when they get an abortion. I don't think they quite understand what they are doing in most cases. And I think it's also somewhat deeply destructive if we're trying to make the country more pro-life, like your opening argument being like, we want to go lock women up in jail because they got abortions, many of the time under pressure, being paid for by somebody else, so on and so forth.
Well, that's not true. As I mentioned, only 1% of women, according to a 2004 Guttmacher study, said that their parents, partner, or husband wanting them to have an abortion was the primary reason that they did it.
Okay, I'd have to look more into that. I mean, I guess in a perfect world, if a woman gets an abortion, in Michigan, what do you think should happen to that person?
Yeah, so if a bill of equal protection has already passed and didn't give the mother special murder rights, then she is willingly breaking the law by murdering her child, and she should be prosecuted for murder.
Yeah, again, I don't share that view, and that's fine. I think that the abortionist is the one doing the murdering, and in some case, the woman knows what she's doing. In many other cases, she's not given informed consent. But also, this is a little bit of a superfluous argument, because we're in Michigan, where I think they just passed abortion into the Constitution, right? And so, I mean, at some point, this is like a hypothetical argument that is so far distant. Like, maybe let's talk about first, I don't know, repealing back some of the most aggressive pro-abortion policies in our country, right?
Well,
and just to be clear, your position does turn off like millions of people just from your opening salvo. That makes us seem like insanely unreasonable, as if we're like all of a sudden not going to lock up women. Many of the times we have no idea what they're doing.
Can you stop
in
for a second?
vulnerable
I was going to
positions.
go forever.
Again, I actually, as a pro-lifer, have a hard.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was going to ask you to stop for a second. Okay, so abortion, do you know what exactly abortion is, first of all? Do you understand what he's saying?
Yes.
So abortion, as I looked it up, it's basically it's a termination. Abortion is a termination of pregnancy.
Yes.
So there is a living human being inside
It's still alive.
the womb.
Yeah.
So when do they realize or say, for instance, that the baby has a soul or exists? I think after conception, right? In other words, within a couple of weeks, that start to have a heartbeat.
Once the heart starts beating and it develops even more, like, yeah, human being by then. The heart's beating. There's life into it.
There's life into it, exactly. So let me ask you this. Let's just say hypothetically that what the other guy was here the other day. I forgot his name. I wish I knew his name. I wish he's here because he had a couple of good points. He was talking about abortion and things he disagrees or he agrees, and he was like more pro-choice, because I want to know more about what people think about abortion. I am pro-life, but he was like, again, he was a pro-choice, but he was saying a couple of things. So my question is this to him: if he happened to be here, would he be okay if his mom or his dad aborted him, knowing that's him in there? How would he feel?
Exactly. I think he would think differently.
I don't know. I mean, you could speak for him, but you don't know. I wish you see. That's the thing. Today you started this show, which is a great show. Unfortunately, we don't have those people who want us to talk about it, where they have different views and we could have a more discussion. So for instance, you and I, we both agree on it, and it's really nothing much to talk about other than say, yeah, I agree with you. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want someone who said, nah.
Let go.
There, maybe, wait.
Can you get in the box?
Yeah, get in the box. I think, was it him or no? I wouldn't, he said. What's his name? He's Psycho. What's your name?
Island. Stat Island.
No, he go. Yeah, you don't have to show your face if you do not want to, but we want to hear your point of view, because we want to have the more we could discuss.
Oh, you can turn your camera off.
Yeah, you could have your camera off if
you don't have to show yourself.
See, the reason is I have to turn my camera around because I'm at work, and at the same time I'm doing work and I'm just chatting with her. But if something comes up,
I'm here.
Drop the call, okay? Just letting you know.
All right. What's your thought of abortion?
Well, before that, let him hear what. First of all, let me ask you this. Your name is like what do you know? What's his name? Charlie Kirk, by any chance?
Yeah, I was the guy that was talking to you about it.
Oh, great! Yes. I'm glad you're here. Okay. So before we go any further, first of all, I was asking you, do you know anything about Charlie Kirk or no? I'm sure you do, probably, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Do you want? Here's before we even are you a pro-choice or pro-life?
Okay, so I am pro-choice.
Okay, good. Now hold on a second. That's good. So we have different view. That's good. Now,
No, that's
Raina,
not.
in this, No. The reason I want you to hear what this guy he asked a question, but it's a very long question. I want you to think what he just said. Can you rewind it, Raina, please? I want you to hear it, to see what he thinks about what this guy says.
Didn't give the mother special murder rights, then she is willingly breaking the law by murdering her child, and she should be prosecuted for murder.
Yeah, again, I don't share that view, and that's fine. I think that the abortionist is the one doing the murdering, and in some case, the woman knows what she's
Raina,
doing.
you did
In
not,
many other
you did
cases,
not
she's
follow in the back. Can you rewind it? I want you to hear the question, what this guy had said, what he asked.
View most post-abortive mothers as victims or less.
Wow, okay.
I'd like to respectfully challenge your view on the moral culpability of mothers and abortion. From what I understand, you view most post-abortive mothers as victims of the abortion industry rather than as murderers themselves. This view concerns me because victims don't need to repent and confess sin, but murderers do, and there's tremendous reason to believe the vast majority of mothers getting abortions are murderers. 91% of women who get abortions are age 20 or older, and 59% have previously given birth at least once. Less than 1% of abortion patients cite their husband, partner, or parents wanting them to have an abortion as their most important reason for having the abortion. A 2011 study of over 15,000 abortions found that 43% of abortion patients chose to view their ultrasound, and 98% of them still proceeded with the abortion. Even in Wisconsin, where there's a 24-hour waiting period, informed consent laws, and mandatory ultrasounds with verbal descriptions of the baby's heartbeat, development, and visible body parts, 89% of women at a Milwaukee clinic still chose to go through with the abortion, with 93% reporting they were the dominant decision maker. All this information supports my view, but is largely unnecessary, since Romans 2 tells us that the law of God is written on every human heart, including those of the women who willingly murdered their children by abortion. If this is not clear evidence that most mothers who procure abortions are guilty of the sin of murder, then what evidence, if any, could I provide to persuade you?
Okay, so just to be clear, maybe you should explain more to the audience of your view. You are an abolitionist, is that correct?
No,
Okay.
sir. So I believe that we shouldn't retroactively prosecute women, and abolitionists don't believe that either. But I believe that...
Some do, but I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, so I believe that we should pass a bill of equal protection that protects all human life equally from conception and doesn't give special murder rights to mothers.
I mean, at least can we agree that abortionists should first
Raina,
be
can you
prosecuted?
stop? I want to see if what you understood from what this guy says. He's a very long question, which is throws almost everybody off. Do you understand? Do you understand what he said? This guy, yo, by any chance, or he's just blah blah?
No,
blah?
he actually just like started to kind of go off into like a lot.
He did. That was like a freaking story instead of a question.
Yeah, I think he had so many different things that he wanted to talk about that he tried to kind of merge everything into one, and it didn't work well.
It did not work well. All right.
I think a lot of people tuned out once he started talking, because if you don't address one thing and one issue at a time, that's what happens.
Yes, I agree with you on that one. See, I agree. Raina, I don't hear anymore. Go ahead.
Okay.
Before anybody else, can we agree on that?
I don't think that we should delay providing equal protection to preborn humans, and we would be delaying it
Yeah,
by
I
giving
mean, look,
mothers special murder
we're
rights.
just not going to agree on this. Regardless of all those stats, I don't think women are given informed consent when they get an abortion. I don't think they quite understand what they are doing in most cases. And I think it's also somewhat deeply destructive.
Now, what do you think about this? I have two questions for you, Yo. You could elaborate on this. What Charlie Kirk just said now, that's one question. Do you honestly believe that most women who go out there to have an abortion, they don't understand? That's number one. The number two question is, or actually the number two probably is a long question. Do you believe, as most Christians, is usually between 12 and 24 hours after ovulation? Am I saying it right? Like the conception in a woman typically occurs between 12 and 24 hours. Go.
Well, let's do one at a time. So the first question is, what was the first one?
Yeah. Do you believe that most women who's gone out there to abortion clinic understand what's happening or what's abortion is all about? Or is it just they want to just get that thing?
Are they educated pretty much?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
So on that, I definitely don't think they're getting, in the past, they were definitely like even less informed than they are today. But I think that both of them are irrelevant. And this is why. Because as a society, we make the laws, and the laws are what we say they are. And already I don't agree with the laws pertaining to what should be done under all these different circumstances, like for pregnancy, like what age it's okay for people to get pregnant, the legal ramifications for what parental requirements there are. It's a disaster. Our country is just a mess. But if we go by where we're at right now, we have basically no accountability for parents. It's just whatever the kids do, it's like the parents are like, oh gosh, okay, that we'll have to, go with the flow. And it's like there's no accountability for the parents. So because of that, we end up with these situations where there's just this umbrella pregnancies is what it is. There's so many different types of pregnancies. You got the rape, you got the two people in love, you got the underage, the age gap. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a mess.
So in plain
So if
English,
we
are
look
you
at-
saying? So what you're saying is, just to make it jump in for a second here, are you saying that most, or let's put it this way, what is the percentage of people, what is the percentage of women or girls age that they go to the abortion clinic?
That's a good question. I would assume it would be the closest is probably going to be around 20 to 22, probably that gap. And the reason is that is when, women are at their most desirable age, according to most men. So you have that umbrella age where all men are like 20, 21, 22. It's
Even
the
younger,
sweet spot.
even some younger, way younger.
Not the majority of men. The majority of men would prefer that the girl's able to at least drink alcohol and at least be considered that, at least bare minimum, that much of an adult. You're right. There are guys who will go, younger, 20, 19, 18, 17, heck, even who knows how far down that
underage.
goes.
Let's be honest about it. Even underage.
Yeah, I just saw a guy on the internet marrying a little girl the other day, and I was under Sharia law.
Sharia law.
Something.
Oh, that's in Islamic
Yeah,
countries. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sitting there like, are you?
How old was she? Do you know?
He was like 40 or 50, and she was like 6 or 5, maybe 7.
I think she was 5.
Whatever
Okay,
she was.
stop for a second. I want to ask you this. Do you know anything about Islam, by the way, or Sharia law?
Yes.
What do you know?
So Islam is like the religion where they pull from the Quran. And actually, I just learned today that there's something else that they pull from. It's like another book, like the writings of Muhammad.
It's called Hadith.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the one I heard of today for the first time. Maybe I've heard of it in the past, but I didn't really know as much about it. But basically, they create their religion from these transcripts, and then they try to push it on the government and be like,
yes,
uphold the laws of this religion, these commands, and this is what has come to be known as Sharia law, which is
Sharia law.
Very, it's extreme. It's extreme.
It's very extreme. I'm glad you know about this and you heard about it. So how did you hear about it? It's from this guy? Like from this guy who's marrying this young girl?
I actually Googled Sharia law today,
right?
Because it came up in a YouTube video of something I was watching, and I thought to myself, Sharia law, like what even is that?
Right.
And I looked into it really quick and was like, oh, okay. So the equivalent would be like in America, if the churches could agree on something, they could push for Christian law, which would probably be, that's probably what we'd call it, Christian law.
Actually, I know a lot about it, but here's the thing.
Maybe biblical law.
Yeah, but I don't want to get off the subject, which is about the.
Yeah, I don't think that women. I think women. Now with AI, ChatGPT, it's like they can. Now girls are equipped. Now girls know it all. They're one AI away from asking a question, getting the answer, and they can know anything and everything that all humans know. So now that we have access like that, women have more power and control than ever before.
Raina, you could jump in if you have anything, if you have experience or anyone in this category about either abortion or about Planned Parenthood or about Sharia law or Islamic, or you know anyone in general? Do you know anyone, Reina?
Let's
wanna-
talk about it.
I don't want to leave you out because you're not saying anything. So what do you think? Do you know anything, or you?
Well, I watched a lot of YouTubers talk about Islam and everything
Okay.
like that.
But have you ever heard of Sharia law?
Yes.
What do you think of it? Do you think it's extreme, or do you think it's just another law that is the way of Islam, or what do
I
you think?
think it's extreme.
Okay. Yeah. Have you, do you know, do you know that in UK now it's almost predominantly Muslims who lives there, and they, in matter of fact, they have a section or some places where they have Sharia law implemented. In other words, just done for Muslims, where they are trying, I could be wrong, but they're trying also to do it for everyone else. And they were also trying to bring it to the US and everywhere else. Sharia law.
There's actually a town right now that is like a Muslim town.
Yeah, I mean, there are some places in UK where some officers, British police officers, they cannot even go into these towns. You believe that?
That's crazy. I can't even imagine how that could be legal. Imagine like in the United States, the feds aren't welcome somewhere, or you know, a certain state police aren't welcome, or even US citizens aren't welcome. I don't know, it just seems insane.
Let me ask you
But
why.
I just found out about a white town the other day.
Mhm.
There's a town, and I don't want to say a white town, but basically it's a town and nobody's allowed to move there unless they like pre-approve you.
Oh, keep going because I'm going to grab coffee. Yeah.
No, but I wanted to ask, Rena, do you think if Christian law
Yeah.
took over the United States, how would you feel about that if it was the extremist Christian law?
Honestly, I just want people to come to Christ everywhere, the complete world. Because
but
how
that's-
everything is right now is so corrupted.
But Reina, this is what the question, and he got a good point. He said, "How would you feel? Let's just say you're not Christian." What he's saying is, what if you're not Christian? Either you're Muslim, atheist, Buddhism, whatsoever. How would you feel if Christianity is somehow forces it on you? Isn't that what you meant, Yo?
I mean, that's a good question as well.
Right.
Looking at it from the other perspective,
Yeah.
because it is true that with all the different religions, if any one religion is
So-
given too much power and authority, then it could oppress others. And think of it from the Christian perspective. As a Christian, you wouldn't want to be oppressed.
Nope.
So how can you be okay oppressing others?
Pretty much you're asking, this is pretty much for Christians, if you're forcing it down somebody else's throat.
He said, "What if? Yes. What if? Would you like it?" My answer would be no.
No, I wouldn't like it. And that's not how Christians should when we're spreading the gospel. We're not supposed to shove it down your throat. That's not how Jesus wants people to come to him. They want to come to him willingly, like
Yeah, free will,
free will.
choice.
Free.
So, Yo, let me ask you this.
Because somebody shoves it down your throat.
Yeah, Yo, what made you ask this question? That's a good question you just asked a few minutes ago. What makes you think that way?
Well, we were talking about Sharia law, and
Sharia law.
of course, I feel like that would be, very
Someone has an ecstatic sound.
opposed. It'd be very different. Let me see if that's me. Hold on.
Yeah, you're cracking.
Yeah. Who's
Oh,
cracking?
that might
Is it
actually.
him?
It's you.
Wait, is it me cracking?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
me.
Try to talk.
I'm leaving. I'll be right back.
I could try to put on headphones.
No, you're not cracking.
No, I think he had like a feedback loop or something. But yeah, I think that having any kind of governmental control where, I mean, even government, like nobody wants too much government either. You know, like telling you what to do, what you can't do. I think it's nice if Christians have the choice and non-Christians have the choice. Like, you know, I shouldn't be able to go to you and be like, you can't have an abortion or you should have an abortion. Like, it's not my business. Like, I should live my life and do my thing, and you can live your life and do your thing. And there can be peace in accepting that you do you and I do me, you know, that everybody does their own thing. But at the same time, there are the legal ramifications where, you know, taxpayer money is covering all these different things, and it's like, okay, well, what is okay to cover? It's not. What should it cover? You know, if I'm not okay with it covering something like an abortion, if I'm against abortion and then the taxpayers are going to pay for abortion, yeah, it just becomes kind of you know, a problem. And that's like what we're dealing with now is we have all these politics, all these rules. We got Christianity, but then we have, you know, the politics are making, you know, war.
Yeah.
But, you know, for me, it's like they're the ones, like, these are big decisions that affect the whole country and every state. And I do like that each state is, you know, supposedly voting for how they want things to be. But I don't know if it really, I don't know if it really works that way, to be honest. Like, just taking a state, for example, right? Like New York, when they collect all the votes, okay, like, what do they do with them, right? Like, who tallies them up, and then where do they put them, and then who do they give them to, and then how do they prove that they actually didn't, you know, change the numbers?
Yeah, we're putting our trust into them if they're doing it right, you know?
Let's say you're the one that announces the results of the vote, and let's say I'm the one. It's just a big game of what's that game, like Grapevine or something, where you pass a message through a bunch of people, and then at the end, it's not even the same message anymore.
Exactly.
And I feel like that's what voting is, really. It's like everyone makes their decisions and then tallies it up to hand it over to somebody who hands it over to somebody who hands it over to somebody. And then, you know, they announce it. Oh, okay, well, we got the results in for Arizona. And are those the results for Arizona?
The
Like,
government, they're literally trying really hard to divide everybody, and it's working.
yeah, and then you have the people who, there's rich, powerful people who run Arizona. Who's to say they don't just say that this is the way the votes went? You know what I mean? And they're the ones making the decision for their whole state, because we don't know that.
No, we don't.
And that's the problem. And then you have all the different states fighting over their votes.
And
it's
that's
like,
what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to make it to where we don't use computers. We're doing paper again, like how they used to do.
Hey, I'm back. Hello.
Okay, you're good.
I don't know what happened. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
yeah, it sounds better now.
Okay, let's just I don't know what you guys were talking about, which I missed out.
So we were talking about the votes, and I was just saying how, like, I don't trust the voting
We were
system.
talking about New York.
Okay.
There's too much money involved. Even like right now, we have a governor being chosen in New York City, and
oh my gosh,
I don't think people want him.
Yeah,
it's millions of dollars, millions and millions and millions of dollars involved. And
are you talking about Mamdani, or you're talking about the one is already in office?
Who, Como?
Not Como. Como's not a mayor. And who are you talking about, by the way?
Oh, I'm just saying that
I heard that Mamdani is gonna most New Yorkers are voting for him, and he sounds like more socialist to me. And he's also more toward like he's a Muslim. So I have nothing against Muslims. I love Muslims. I just don't like their ideology. I'll be honest with you. I believe it is really against my beliefs, obviously, but it isn't something I will not go along with this guy. That's for sure. He is, I think most people either unaware what this guy stands and believe, or the other reason I believe the reason is they're voting for him is just to despise those people who likes Trump, or just to say in Trump's face, we are gonna stand against you. But in reality, they're gonna get consequences, or we're gonna get the repercussion from bad choices. That's what I believe.
You know what? Albert Einstein was the one that said, I don't know what World War III will be fought with, but I know World War IV will be with sticks and stones, right? And I think World War III is going to be individuals, just like you had the shooter of Charlie Kirk, two people at war. It's going to be individuals fighting each other. And there will be neighborhoods where there's opposition. Like, I don't want to wake up in a neighborhood where there's a big megaphone going, no, I will kill somebody if I get woken up to that. I'm sorry. And here you have the Jewish people in Williamsburg. Every Friday, everybody's exposed to the old it goes on for like 5-10 minutes.
Who needs music when you got you?
And it's signaling the Sabbath. But my point is, nobody should have the right to have audible decibel jurisdiction over anybody. It's the same thing as if I blast my music and you're my neighbor, I'm disrespecting you. I'm violating your space, even though it's audibly. And it's different if, like, you hear me raise my voice for a moment. Maybe I say to the dog, be quiet. Honestly, I don't even think dogs should be allowed in the city, because that's one of the main complaints that people have in New York is, barking dogs. No, I've never once, not once, heard anybody said, well, that meowing cat has got to go. I got a complaint about those meows. Never.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, what are you gonna do with the dog if he keeps barking? What are you gonna shoot him down, shut his mouth up? I mean,
no, well, here's
Some people will.
it never should have been legal to bring a dog. It should be law that a dog is not allowed to live near anybody. So if you live out in the woods, you can have a dog. If you live out in the wilderness, you can have a dog. If you live in a small town on the outskirts, you can have a dog. But the moment you live close enough to a neighbor to where audibly and decibly that dog's barking can interfere with them and their peace of mind, that's where it becomes, when is it intrusive upon another person?
There was actually an article or story that this breed, it was a pit bull, literally mauled his own owner.
yes, I heard that too. Oh my god,
That was horrible. This is why pits are getting bad rest, because they're turning on their owners like that. There was no reason for it.
Wow.
That's insane. That's horrible. I don't even know what that guy was going through. Holy crap, man.
Well, pits can lock their jaws, so who knows? They got some powerful jaws.
This is insane. I tell you. What about that woman that she had a chimpanzee as a pet? He ripped her freaking face off.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
She went in.
Yeah.
I think she was going to feed him or take him out of the cage, one of the two, and he just attacked her. I'm pretty sure she had him as a baby.
Probably. And that's the thing. I mean, people say, oh, one time I happened to be just, I don't know, walking or doing something. And this woman she had, when I moved into my area, she said, oh, don't worry, that's a good, lovey doggy, which was, she was a good, nice doggy. Don't take me wrong. But that wasn't a regular dog. That was like one of those dogs. I don't know what they're called, but maybe pit bulls, maybe Rottweiler, whatever. But he was big and I could see his face, man. He's about to eat me alive, but for whatever reason, he's nice. But I'm
That was
just
probably a
wondering,
Rottweiler.
probably. But you know what? Why would you want to have one of these dogs as a pet?
There's this guy who lived in an apartment. This is actually a true story. And his landlord didn't know, but he had a hyena as a pet.
OMG.
And he didn't even know it was a hyena. It's like, how don't you know a hyena? And
This is
he
insane.
literally kept it in a cage, and he got to the point where he didn't want to get kicked out. He had nowhere else to go. So he contacted a zoo nearby, and they said they would take this animal. So he was trying to stuff it into a carrier, and the animal doesn't know what's going on. It's like, why are you stuffing me in a real, because the hyena was big, and it was like, so what the hyena did was it turned around and it literally bit his arm and tore his arm completely off. So
OMG.
he finally got it into the cage, but he was dripping blood trying to get it. It was horrible. And then there was this another story of a bear. This guy actually rescued a bear. It was a cub. Usually that's how the story begins. Cub to a full-grown bear. It was actually a grizzly bear, a brown grizzly bear. And he would keep it into a dog cage, a really big dog cage. But not just that, he would have this animal cuffed to the cage itself too. So he wasn't just in there, he was cuffed. And once in a while, the guy would allow him to run free, to get exercise and just be out there. They had some of a bond, I could tell, but it's still a wild animal. They're still unpredictable. I don't care how much of a bond you have. They can turn on you just like that. And that's exactly what he did. He literally kept that animal from months, and the animal started getting stressed out. He was getting to the point where finally he saw that he was getting restless, irritable. He let the animal out, and the bear literally attacked him. And his daughter came home. Like, the dogs went out and was trying to, get the bear off of him. One dog got killed and the other one got badly injured. And I think he had died eventually. And the daughter came home the next day just to see how her dad was doing. And all she saw was his skeleton.
OMG. Are you serious?
In the driveway. Because the bear literally ate the whole entire man to his bones. So
But I thought, wait a minute. I thought bears, they don't do all that.
Yeah, they will attack a human.
Yeah, but they don't skin you alive, do they?
Oh yeah, they can. Have their claws can literally rip your skin from your flesh to the bone.
OMG.
Yeah, if they haven't eaten, if they're rabid, like there's a lot of situations
It's not
where
that he was rabid, because you could tell rabid animal because they would have like foam coming from their mouths. No, he was irritable because he was constantly stuffed in a cage. It's like, God did not make these creatures to be stuffed in a cage. They were born in the wild. And us humans are literally taking them from the wild and just stuffing them in poor situations that are stressing them out. And that's the
You're
result.
saying that was the hyena or the bear?
No, the bear.
Oh, okay. And it was put in like a kennel?
I don't think the guy that got bit by the hyena died. I just think he got badly hurt. But the guy with the bear, sadly, he did die.
Oh, wow.
But his daughter had to actually witness that. The bear was still chewing on his bones, she said.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I feel bad for her.
It makes you wonder how people even deal with that. I went to the woods just like yesterday or the day before, and I was going down this trail, and there was a dead possum in the middle of the path. I didn't even want to go near it. I turned around and went the other way. The smell, the flies, no thanks. And yet there's people that have to deal with this every day, finding dead bodies, finding dead loved ones, dead pets. It's horrible.
Just a reminder that wild animals are not meant to be pets. Even our domestic animals can turn on us. Exactly like that dog. And that wasn't the only dog that's turned on their owners. It's just sad.
Yep. I don't know how people do it. That's one of my red flags. If a girl has a dog, I'm like, nope.
Oh, so, oh, wait a minute. So
Kidding.
you wouldn't date or marry a woman who owns dogs?
No.
How about
Really?
I couldn't do it, I don't think. No.
Wow, that's interesting. Me, I'm honestly, I don't like big dogs. I'll be,
If it
but
was
yeah.
like in Alaska, like in the middle of nowhere, like anywhere away from the city, like out in a secluded place, that's different.
What? Let me ask you, how you came about, like, you don't want dogs? Is it just dogs only?
Um, I mean, I've never really had pets.
Okay.
And okay, I had a fish. I don't know. I've been around pets and stuff my whole
well,
life.
did you ever have like a bad experience with? You said
Good
you know
question. Yeah, I was
that's
gonna
what
say
you
that.
should have said. That's what he should have said. What made you not want to have them? Like maybe a friend or maybe just out walking. Did you ever have a bad experience that made you like, I don't want anything to do with animals?
No, I think it's more so um lifestyle, and not lifestyle. That's a bad way to phrase it. It's my life has been moving, relocating, and that's not good for pets. It's not good for animals. You don't want to have pets if you're moving all the time. And I've been moving my whole life, and I'm moving again. So it's like, yeah, I would not want to even consider pets until I'm in a place where I know I'm not moving ever again. Like, it would be nice to find my last home.
Okay. And where are you at right now?
Staten Island.
Oh yeah, that's right. But that is really nice, man.
Yeah, it's very strange.
In which way?
Well, like the wilderness that I went to yesterday or the day before, there's these structures,
Hmm.
big stone like structures out in the middle of nowhere. Like we're talking like 5-minute walk into the wild, like thick jungle, not jungle, but thick forest. And you get out there and it's like there's big stone pillars and columns, like there used to be a bridge there, or maybe some kind, I don't even know what it is. It's very mysterious.
Hmm.
But whatever used to be out there, it's creepy because it doesn't line up with anything. Houses, a railroad, nope. Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well,
Honestly,
anyway, I know one thing about Raina. She loves animals and she loves dancing. She likes people, but sometimes people pushes her buttons here and there. I've known her for a while on the internet.
oh,
So
what thing has got her the most fired up? Do you remember?
about what? I mean,
Like,
she's here. Ask her that.
well, she may not be aware of what set her off.
About
Oh,
Christ. When
what
someone
is it?
wants when someone wants to say something disrespectful about God.
Oh, okay. So maybe they say something negative or something bad. I could see that.
I always try to understand their point of view, see
Yeah,
why.
but once you see that they're coming from a place of malice, you're like, I'm not putting up with that.
I just want everybody to come to Christ, but I won't force it, obviously.
Well,
I would tell you why I love Christ, and try to help you to understand and pray that you will open up your heart to him.
What do you think about using like maybe so there's like countries that suffer, right?
Oh yeah.
And in history there's been like Christian organizations that will go to a place where people are struggling and have difficulties, and they'll say, hey, if you convert to Christianity, we'll give you some rice, or we'll give you some bread, we'll give you something, but you have to believe what we tell you to believe in.
I honestly, I want to stop you for a second. It sounds like the prosperity gospel, but not
Yeah.
in this way. It's like a bribery.
Oh, you know what? I never really thought of that, but that's a good investment, right? So what you do is you spend a little bit of money to help somebody out, and then you tell them this is what you need to believe, and then you kick back and collect tithes for the rest of their lives and their
But
children's lives.
can I ask you something, yo?
Yeah.
Aw.
What if a woman came into your life and she said to you, I love you so much, I will do everything and I will spend the rest of my life with you here and there, blah 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 and all that. And then she said to you, I will do all that only if you promise me that if you when you die, you give me the whole house or half of your bank, half the money in your bank, or all the money in the bank, or something like way big. What don't you? Doesn't it make sound? What do you think of this woman? That's what I should say.
I mean, that's the problem is if there was legal, if it was documented and enforced legally, right? So like, look at the old marriage, like the way marriage used to be, like where they would reward divorce. Like the woman would typically get everything in the divorce, and the man was kind of screwed. Well, nowadays, so many men have been screwed over that that's kind of starting to change. There are certain states where it's still 50-50, but
Are you
ultimately,
talking about worldwide or U.S. wide
just
or
United
particular
States,
state?
just United States.
Oh,
But I,
okay, go ahead.
but I think if they did make it to where there was laws where you could make a contract, right? Like, because
Okay,
even with a prenup, right? For instance,
prenup. Yep.
a prenup is not 100%. So you could have
No,
a
wait a
prenup.
minute. I'm gonna stop you for a second. I thought it is 100%.
No, absolutely not.
Give me an example where it's not. I didn't know
So
that.
so you can have a prenup
Okay,
and you think you're in the clear,
right.
and then you go to get the divorce and they're like, no, that prenup's no good.
Okay, give me an example. I never heard this.
So in certain states they will not, I guess, uphold a prenup.
What
Doesn't
is it?
matter. Yes, certain specific states won't uphold the prenup.
What do you mean? I thought prenup means prenup, dude. If let's just say you're marrying someone and you wrote down or you agreed on prenup that she will only take 10% of my money, they're not gonna come around in 10, 20 years and they're saying, nope, she's gonna get 30%.
Okay,
If
so
it says 10%, it means 10%. Why is it's clear as a freaking.
well, you would think so. Reasons prenups are 100% would be subject matter limitations. These can go into detail. Un, uh, let's see, unconcessionability. So that would be like a court may deem a prenup invalid if it's considered unfair, or uncons.
On
I don't know.
consent.
Unconcessionable, particularly if it leaves one spouse with no support at all.
Oh,
So duress or coercion, which
okay. That makes sense. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know about the whole law in the U.S., but thank God at least they stand up for. I mean, I agree. I mean, even if there is a prenup, I mean, if this guy, you see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The only reason, two reasons I'm going to tell you why I believe people put prenup. Now, you don't have to agree, disagree. I believe the reason is people put prenup is because it's saying that I love you, but up to 10%. I love you up to 50%. In other words, okay, fine. I am a millionaire. Let's say I have $1 million, which is nowadays million, no big deal. Let's take hypothetically 1 million. So if I know this woman, she's like, she has nothing. If I believe truly that I have a good intention, good heart, good love, I wouldn't put prenup as 10%, especially if I have kids from her. I would say, okay, I will put prenup if I want to.
If you had $1 million,
No, let's just say hypothetically I have $1 million and I'm
yeah,
married.
yeah,
Yeah. If I have a good intention, good heart, I wouldn't put 10%. That prenup she will only get 10%. I would put at least 40 or 50. It's back. In other words, there's no need for a prenup then if it's 50%. But the point is, what I'm saying is that's one thing. The other thing is like the guy, as much as he doesn't trust her, he doesn't trust himself. Now, I know there are women out there, gold digger. And I know that nobody knows what the future holds. I get that, believe me. And I'm not here is to justify the guy is wrong or the woman is right. I am not saying that whatsoever. But I am saying is, if you truly love a woman, which you probably do, most people they do, that's how they basically they marry one another. But there are people out there who marry women for a wrong reason. Okay, for the wrong reason. I'll tell you why. For instance, if I am, let's say, in my such and such age, 60, and I met this beautiful hot model woman or girl, she's only 20 years of age. Even people gonna talk and all that stuff. Let's just say hypothetically, this girl, she loves me. Let's just say, right? And I'm already in my 60s. She's younger than my daughter, right? And I put prenup. One of the reasons guys put prenup is because they're afraid that this girl, she's gonna just marry him for their money, and they may do something stupid to take their money. I get that. I 100% I understand that, and I believe that that person should put prenup and say, okay, there's a 10%. If you leave me within 5 years or 10 years, and there is no kids, let's just say. So there is a good thing about prenup. There is also a bad thing about prenup. A bad prenup is sometimes if I happen to have a dark heart, a bad intention, where I am gonna use this girl for my own pleasure and throw her out like a bone. You know what I mean? How you throw a steak to a dog and you only get nothing but only a bone out of it. You get it?
yeah.
So if you look at it only from one point of the story or one point sided, then you would say, oh, this woman is a gold digger or this man is a old pervert. So there is really, you can't put like a finger or something to say, oh, who's right and who's wrong, unless you put it into a good heart. And the reason I keep saying the word good heart is because I believe where people they usually say karma always pays you back, but Jesus Christ said what? He said what goes around comes around.
Amen.
In other
No, he
words,
didn't. He
I'm
said,
say it again.
said he didn't say that. Oh, I see what you're
It's
saying. Though. You
similar
reap
to
what you
that.
sow.
I
Okay,
just
yeah. You reap what you
I like how
sow.
he said that. He didn't say that. No, but what it means is you're gonna find, in other words, your fruits, your good fruits, or your good deeds will find you. That's what it means. In other words, if I do you wrong, bad intention, I believe God is watching and you will be paid back. That's what it means.
Yeah, a good tree will bear a good fruit. A
Yeah,
bad
it's
tree will
something
bear
like
a
that,
bad
which
fruit.
I honestly do not know the exact verse. But the point is, that's what I'm thinking about. I mean, did you notice another thing, yo, about most millionaires or billionaires? That did you know that right now, without me knowing your financial situation whatsoever, neither right now, I am not a millionaire and I'm not a poor guy. But I tell you one thing. I go home, I sleep much better than most billionaire people out there. Now, I am not saying I know everything what's going on in their lives, but the majority of billionaires, millionaires, they're having much rougher, harder, more stressed out life than the regular human beings. Now, I could be wrong. What do you think
That's
about
so
that?
crazy. You would think that they would have less stress, more money equals less stress. But I think it's because they try to keep up with the Joneses. They go out and they buy a house that's like, what they think they should have for having that much money. And it's like, no, if you stay humble,
Right?
like you will be so much happier and so much more comfortable. But that's a lot of the problems that people do is they chase big things and then, they're not happy. Like, here's a good example. This gal that I know, she eats bagels, and she came to New York and she had a New York bagel. And she loves it. It's the best bagel she's ever had in her life. It's chewy, it's delicious. And she even took some back with her back home. But guess what? She just ruined bagels for herself now, because from now on, when she has a bagel, it's going to not be a New York bagel. And that's the flying first class. If you fly first class, coach will stop feeling like first class. Because if you only know coach is first class to you. It's all you know.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, yeah.
But the moment you ride first class, forget about it. Coach will always look like a prison, like hell.
Yeah, I did not know exactly that. What I want to say, what goes around comes around. I found something, I had to look it up. It says in Proverbs 26:27. That's a good one. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it, and a stone will come back on him who starts it rolling. So there's a lot of bunch of verses in here. Another thing is, whoever sows injustice will reap calamity, and the rod of his fury will fail. So there's a lot of verses in the Bible that talks about injustice and those people who harms us and do us harm and bad. Now, I am not gonna sound to you that I am a perfect man. I have all my bad deeds. I am a rotten, how you say? I'm a rotten, filthy, disgusting person. Do you know why I said that? Because if you
Wait,
think
didn't
about
we just have this conversation about
what,
you can't take your sins back? Like, they were paid for. Like,
yeah. Oh my God, you're right. Your sins are forgiven and you're paid. But what I'm saying to you is, our
they're not
hearts.
yours anymore. You can't claim them anymore.
No. I get it. But our hearts, if you think about it right now, even as we speak right now, even right now, our hearts are deceitful. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
Give me an example, Reina. Is there anything you could think of, something that comes to your mind that you feel like wrong or deceitful? Let's see. Let's hear it from a woman's perspective. Go.
What do I think is deceitful?
Yeah. No, out of your heart, not out of other people's hearts. You. Is there anything that comes to your mind, or you could think of, that you think of yourself? Oh, gee, I am sinning, and it's like it's very hard to be perfect because every day I am sinning. Is there anything that comes to your mind that you believe or you think there is something you're doing is wrong, but then at the same time you're not planning on doing it, but it happens?
I mean, we do that every day, even when we don't
Okay,
know.
well, give me an example. Do you have any example? How about you, Yo? You have any example? Because she's still thinking.
Let me see. The last thing I think. Oh my gosh. I mean, I murder people in my head all the time. So,
Thank God you
like,
murder
I
them.
probably.
Thank
You
God you do
go
it in your
out
head, not
and
reality.
you go
I
out and you see homeless people, but you don't stop for them. I've done that so many times.
I'm pretty sure I nuked an entire nation today in my mind. I'm 100%.
Wow.
Yeah. I think it was Hamas. Yeah. So Hamas actually got nuked. Like, maybe not nuclear weapons, but definitely so many missiles blowing them to hell to where, like, there is no more Hamas. Like, it was done.
Do you feel good or bad for them?
I mean, you were given a chance. You had your chance. You blew your chance. You're done.
I agree 100% with you, man, on this one.
And this is how it has to be, because if you do not agree to make the world a better place, it's not just for everybody else, it's for you. Like, this is for you and your people to
To thrive.
and it's sad, but that if there's a people who do not want to rise up and even fight their own evil, if I had a family member, if I lived in a town and my brother was doing evil, I would be the first person back in the day to put him down.
Yeah, I know.
If I found out my brother raped a little girl in the next town over, I'd pull my gun out, I'd shoot my brother dead, and I'd bury him. It would be that simple.
You know, I want to tell you something. That's a very, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know if you're really saying it, just you're saying it, or are you really would do it, because a lot of us, we may just talk.
It's different when back in the day, it was that was how things were done. You handled things yourself. But today, you can't handle things yourself anymore. Others get involved, the law gets involved, the government gets involved. And so now our hands are tied. We can't take matters into our own hands. Even the neighbor, if they're blasting music, I have to call 311 and make a noise complaint, and then I got to go through some different program to contact somebody else. It's just it's a hassle just to get anything done.
Do you know what?
Back in the day, things were done quickly and efficiently.
But do you know one of the reasons things changes a lot is because you have to understand something. You have different people, different immigrants. They bring their culture, their tradition, and it's gonna take a while, or somehow they believe that I don't have to do this. I'm gonna do it my way because that's how I was. I want to have a good time. I want to live my life. I want to enjoy myself, even at the cost of others. And I don't want to point a finger at someone else. And then I don't want to sound like I'm racist or I'm pointing. But I used to live in a town where mostly Hispanic again, and I have a very good Hispanic friends. But whenever they have a party, they blast the music, and they still even. Some of them, they even have a freaking music till 3 days, a party. And I called a cop a couple of times, and they didn't do a thing. They didn't do crap about it. So how you justify that? And we told them, we knocked on the door. Can you guys at least lower the freaking music? I have work. I need to sleep. And they ignore it.
Yeah. You know what I did? I had that happen a couple of years ago. The neighbor, I don't know, what was going on, but they were having the Spanish party, blasting music.
So here you go with the Spanish party.
Yeah. And what I did was, you'll get a kick out of this.
Go ahead.
So I went over there, very respectful, very nice, because their party they were throwing was on the other side of my room.
Oh,
so like yeah, tell me about it. So I go over there and I said, hey, I live right there. My window's right there. Could you turn it down a little bit?
Right.
He says he wouldn't even discuss it. He goes, get off my property, and just went off.
Wow.
And I said, I was just coming over here to be nice. Like, now you're the nice guys,
so sad.
It's over now. So as I was walking away, I was out front, and this drunk guy from the party says, we start talking, and he's like, well, you know what, man, let me give you $20 because he felt bad, because they're blasting music, and he's like, have a good time. I'm sorry about that. And he gives me $20. And
really?
I go back to my apartment, and I take the $20 and I go online and I bought a megaphone.
OMG.
Yep, I bought a megaphone, and the megaphone came, and I plugged it in. Rena's gonna get a kick out of this. You will too.
Go ahead.
Now, I was Christian back then.
Okay.
So you guys probably know what's coming.
Don't tell me bad foul language music.
No, I was Christian.
Right.
So I opened my window and I go on the megaphone and I let them have it. I just was quoting scripture and yelling the Bible at them for a good, 5 to 10 minutes till they got the memo.
Right.
Things like, you know what it's like to have a neighbor blasting your music? Like, I was giving them a sermon.
Right.
It was a full-blown sermon. And I was, really hammering it to them. and they got the message. They eased up immensely, but I thought that was ironic.
So
that
what happened? Why you no longer a Christian now? Now I'm gonna pick on you.
Wait! Before we get too off topic, because
Sure.
we were talking about the abortions, and you mentioned the girls. Do I think the girls are informed enough for the abortions? My answer was no.
Now,
Right. We did get off way off.
I
You
do
might as
think
well just answer his question.
yeah, we
Completely
went
off topic.
so far off topic.
This is interesting, I love Charlie's debate.
Is anyone else in here want to join in? But go ahead, yo.
I always wanted to debate Charlie
Really?
on the whole. Yeah,
Oh,
I would
man.
I would love to see that.
because the debate that I would want to do with him is the debate about.
No, ask him the question about abortion. Go on. Let's just say he's right there. What would your question be? Go.
Well, I don't have a question about abortion. I had a question about what is a woman.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh,
Let's not
come
go there
on.
again. Please, I'm begging you, man.
Okay. What is a woman to you?
No, you. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. You guys make me laugh.
Oh, what is a woman to
Yes,
me?
Yeah, what's a woman? And don't tell me about her parts. Please, I'm begging you.
Okay, but what was the other question though? You said do I think girls are informed enough about abortion? And then there was a second part. What was the second part before we forget?
I can't remember.
Who asked you that question? I didn't ask you.
You did.
Oh, it was me.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know what the second question is. When I think something to do with when the conception starts. I think
When is
becomes a human being.
When is the fetus a human?
Right. That's a good.
That's an interesting question right there.
Yes.
I already answered it.
No. I want to hear you. You didn't answer crap, Raina.
Yeah.
You didn't answer anything.
I
All you
said
can do is brush your hair.
You're funny.
Wait. What did she tell you?
Then the baby has a heartbeat.
What?
Then what is it to you?
You're waiting for a heartbeat? Girl, I'm way ahead of that.
When the
Oh my
brain is
God.
developed, when the heart is beating. when
So
the
for
baby's
me-
moving,
For me, it is a human being before it was even
thought of.
no, I have to phrase this accurately. Okay.
Are you still thinking?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard because time. The reason it's difficult is because time is infinite. So for me, it always was a human. It is a human, and it always will be a human.
But the question is, when does it start? We said that's what the
Yes.
question is. That's where most people they agree or disagree. Now, you personally,
So let me ask you
Sure.
this: Am I a human?
Yes.
yeah, obviously you look human to me.
Okay,
Not
so
you, are you?
if I get murdered and I'm dead right now, no more pulse, am I still a human?
Well, yeah.
What do you mean?
I
Not
am.
alive.
No, your earthly body is dead, but your soul never dies. Without us
So
going off
am
the
I-
topic again,
If I
let's just
die,
stay
am I
there.
human or not?
Huh?
Am I human or not? If I die, am I still human or not?
Your body is still a human, yes, but you're no longer a living human. If that's what you mean.
Okay, so how long does it take for me once I die to stop being human?
Once you no longer breathe, you're dead. Your soul is out of your body, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's when I stop being a human?
Again,
Complicated.
you're talking about human. Human is considered the way you and I and everyone else, that's what are human. But there's a living human and there's a dead human. And after your body's no longer the way it looks as a human, then we no longer see you as a human.
It goes back into the earth.
Ooh, oh my God, I got it. This is just like the tree in the woods. If there's a tree in the woods and it falls down, does it make a sound? So
Yeah.
if there's a human in the womb, but nobody knows about it, is it even human? And the answer would be no, because nobody knows about it.
But we do
So,
now. We do know now.
well, that's where it comes into the picture. Is it becomes a human once somebody is aware of the pregnancy, it is officially born. It is officially human.
I believe, which you bring in a good example, a good question. Let's just say a long time ago, they probably didn't have the technology as we do today.
Oh, they do
So they
not.
probably didn't know about it. But now we do know that the conception starts usually within, I don't know, 14 days. No, maybe more. No, I think it starts within 12 hours. Did I say 12 hours? Yeah, between 12 and 24 hours. But you know what? I'm not really educated on this 100%, but while I'm looking at it on the internet, it says conception occurs when a sperm fertilizes an egg, typically in the fallopian tube, and this usually happens within hours or days after sexual intercourse. Generally, conception is most likely to occur about 14 days before your next menstrual period. So that's what they're saying. I mean, do I know everything about it? Nope. Am I very well versed and educated about it? Nope. But I do know is what the Word of God says: do not take a life. Now,
Amen.
if the life tells me that starts within 14 days, look, do you want to know the truth how I stand about it? And I am guilty just like anyone else. All I can say is this: the best thing to avoid the whole headache, don't have sex till marriage. And if you do want to have sex and you don't believe in God whatsoever, and you don't want to have kids, and you don't want to kill a child whatsoever, then have a freaking condom. What do you think?
You know, in the past, it was so much easier because there were no abortions. People didn't have abortions. Maybe they might have drank a lot to kill the baby.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably
they,
you're right. They didn't know how,
you
probably.
know, might have done like certain things, like, punch their stomach really hard, or have somebody like damage that area of their body, physically to try to kill the baby before it can, take form and things like that. And so, yeah, I would say that that has probably been something that people did in the past. Like here's something that probably happened. We don't have any proof of it, but I'll bet you anything. There was a daughter who was pregnant, and her father went and punched her right in the womb, just punched her repeatedly
OMG.
and killed the baby.
Nowadays,
Oh.
I guarantee you that has happened to date, in the past, somewhere, at some time. Guaranteed that has happened.
Well, let me ask you this: how you feel about?
I hate that's just thinking that
No, no, no,
something
no.
like
I'm saying, where do you stand? Let's just say you had a girlfriend, and you're not planning on having kids. What do you do?
What do I do if she gets pregnant?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I'm me, so
It's
I'm
not
gonna
about you now.
celebrate.
I'm talking about you had a girlfriend. You had the pleasure of having sex with her. You wouldn't plan on having kids, babies. Eventually, you found out she's pregnant. Now, what do you do? That's the question. Without,
I mean,
around the bush, just say it.
I'd be really happy.
Happy in which way?
Happy that we're having a kid.
Okay, so you're not going for abortion, right?
No.
So aren't you the one who said the other time? Was it you or someone else?
It was me.
Okay, you said an example, and I thought about it, and I did tell Rain a few minutes ago before even you jumped on live stream. I said, you know what? He really brought a good point. You remember what you said to us the last time?
Yeah, if you had an infection in your arm, we were talking about the guy, he lost all of his limbs because the dog licked his leg and he had a cut and he had a weak immune system. There was the girl who lost her toes.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't. No, not that. Co-joint couple, co-joint babies. I think aren't you the one who said that?
No, that was
No.
gang.
Oh,
That was gang sign.
I've heard of the conjoined twins. I think that back in the day, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine, the difficult life. That's one of those catch-22s. It's like the Mother Teresa in the bread. You got some bread, you have too many kids, you can't feed them all, so you have to pick and choose who lives
Oh my
and
gosh,
who dies.
that's scary,
So
man. That's very scary.
it is, and it's a real situation.
Conjoined twins, and one of them, eventually both, but one of them got some type of illness. I think it was cancer. So it started spreading.
Mm.
And they were able to, it's a risky procedure, but they were able to separate them.
Separate the twins?
Yeah, they were able to, but they didn't want to be separated. They were together their whole lives. Like, that was her sister. That's part of her. So
Yeah.
she died with her sister because it spread. Not just
So they chose not to get the treatment.
Yeah, the virus is what I like to call it, because it spread from her to her sister, and then maybe I said 2 hours at the most, her heart stopped beating. So she died with her sister, and that's how she wanted it. She didn't want to be separated.
Let me ask you this. Was one of the sisters, were they told that one of them was going to die if they didn't get the treatment?
Yes.
And so they said, look, I don't want to live without you. I don't want to live without you either. So let's just enjoy what little life we have left.
Pretty much, yeah. They
That's
want
a
to
true
be
story?
separated. Yeah, they didn't want to be separated. She loved her sister. So she
Wow.
died. She could have lived if they separated them, because then
Oh my
obviously
God.
it wouldn't have went to her.
That's really disturbing, because what that sounds like to me is one of the sisters did not want to, she didn't want to sacrifice her life. In other words, like, here's how it could happen. I want you to live a long, happy life for me. Because I'm dying, I want you to live, like, for me. Like, that's not what was said, obviously. What she said was, I want you to die with me. I don't want you to live without me. That's the selfishness of one of the sisters that was pushed on the other sister. Because I guarantee you, the sister that could have lived, I don't think she wanted to die. I think that she wanted to live, but I think the other sister guilt tripped her and said, I don't want to be apart from you. I don't want, this, I don't want you to live without me. And that, it's a youth thing. I think if they would have had proper counseling and proper, therapy, because I would have talked with them the same way I'm talking to you guys. I would have said, hey, look, you got to live a good life with your sister, but she could potentially continue to live on, and she could live a good life despite your being gone. She could remember you and talk about you and keep you alive in memory. Like, don't you want her to be happy?
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult thing.
Yeah.
Let's see let's hear what this guy, Charlie Kirk, has to say. We almost totally forgot about. We've been talking over an hour and a half.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we're trying to make the country more pro-life, like your opening argument being like, we want to go lock women up in jail because they got abortions, many of the time under pressure, being paid for by somebody else, so on and so forth.
Well, that's not true. As I mentioned, only 1% of women, according to a 2004 Guttmacher study, said that their parents, partner, or husband wanting them to have an abortion was the primary reason that they did it.
Okay, I'd have to look more into that. I mean, I guess in a perfect world, if a woman gets an abortion in Michigan, what do you think should happen to that person?
Yeah, so if a bill of equal protection has already passed and didn't give the mother special murder rights, then she is willingly breaking the law by murdering her child, and she should be prosecuted for murder.
Yeah, again, I don't share that view, and that's fine. I think that the abortionist is the one doing the murdering, and in some case, the woman knows what she's doing. In many other cases, she's not given informed consent. But also, this is a little bit of a superfluous argument, because we're in Michigan, where I think they just passed abortion into the Constitution, right? And so, I mean, at some point, this is like a hypothetical argument that is so far distant. Like, maybe let's talk about first, I don't know, repealing back some of the most aggressive pro-abortion policies in our country, right?
Well,
and just to be clear, your position does turn off like millions of people just from your opening salvo. That makes us seem like insanely unreasonable, as if we're like all of a sudden not going to lock up women many of the times who have no idea what they're doing in vulnerable positions. Again, I actually, as a pro-lifer, have a heart for women that get abortions most of the time, because I think they've been lied to by industry, be told that it's just a clump of cells and not a human being. Whereas I'm not trying to criticize you, the way that your approach
Yeah, I
comes
agree.
across is
You should
like,
put
let's just
Charlie
say,
Kirk in the title.
charitably very cruel to a young woman, where she just hears, you know, she's going to go to jail if she gets an abortion. Do you
Well-
think that's going to make the country more pro-life, your perspective?
So a quick follow-up on that. So I would agree that we can take the political realities
stop it
into
once in a
account
while.
when
Let
trying to
us
form
elaborate.
policy
Don't
and
let
laws.
them
So
keep
if, for
talking,
example, you're in a state
Raina.
and for like Oklahoma or
Okay, you guys can. I want to change the title.
Now you
Can
could
you
say,
do it?
you could say, for instance, Charlie Kirk, Charlie,
Debate. Charlie Kirk debate.
yeah, Charlie Kirk debate about abortion. You could just write down. But whenever Charlie Kirk speaks and he finishes, you could stop it so we can be able comment, or if we have some questions or something to add to it. And then if not, then you could let the other guy continue. Otherwise, you could just run the whole thing and then we forget about the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like,
All right, guys.
you gotta give and take.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
So I didn't know about the Michigan. Is this Charlie Kirk? Is he actually from Michigan by any chance? Does anyone know?
Michigan?
Yeah, you didn't you hear me said just Michigan. Yeah, he is. Isn't he? Yo.
Says he's from Utah.
No,
I
he's
think
not
it-
from Utah.
Oh, no,
he
that-
was
That was where
debated
the
in Utah.
assassination was. Yeah, so he was actually from.
I think he was from Illinois, isn't he?
It says Chicago. Born and raised in Chicago.
Yeah,
Suburb
yeah,
of Arlington Heights.
yeah. I believe he was, and he is. Anyway, all right. So I mean, look, to me, honestly, abortion it is one of the most difficult thing, and I can honestly relate, and I understand
Yep,
your
Illinois.
choice. If I happen not to be a Christian, I would honestly say, because we're always, we're all selfish. When you don't have God in your life, we're selfish. Because I would say, yeah, I want to have sex, I want to have a good time, I don't want to have kids, I'm not ready for kids, and he's not a human being. Just abort his child. I'll be honest with you. I am not saying it because I want to, but because this is what comes back to our deceitful hearts. We only care about ourselves. We're selfish. And I give you another example. When I said to you earlier, what comes to the deceitful heart? It could be simple as just by looking at anything that is not yours, you're coveting. And speaking of covetousness, I think this is a silent sin which a lot of us do not even recognize, or we damp it, especially among Christians. Like, oh, I wish I can have the car that you have instead of you, or I wish I can have your wife or your girlfriend that I don't have. I wish I'd have. See, this is covetousness. Now, I could say, for instance, oh, God bless you, man. This is a beautiful car. I wish I can have a car one day like yours. I honestly think this is different. But if I keep it in my heart, if I look at you right now, let's say, yo, I don't see anything really I want from you by looking at you right now. But if I look at, let's say, Reina as a man, and let's just say she's married, and I could see she's pretty and all that kind of stuff, I would say, man, I wish I can have her instead of the man that she's married to. So that's what I call you understand what I'm saying now. So I think covetousness, it is a silent sin or a killer that most of us as we Christians, we don't bring it up to attention, because most of the time we point the finger at others, what others do as a sinful, but we never really bring it up to ourselves because no one can see it. You see the difference?
Exactly.
You follow me, yo, on this one, or no? Sort of, maybe.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So I believe Nick Patula is here. Hey, Nick, come on in. Welcome aboard, man. We will wait on you.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah, so it's
Took him
really a
long
good
enough.
discussion. And you know what, yo? I think you really have. I think you're the kind of guy, even
Let me put.
agree disagree with you. You could. I mean, I could see myself chit chatting with you like on things a lot. Not necessarily we haven't something we agree on, but it's something we could
Just
have a
click the
debate.
link, Nick.
Well, it's one of those things where, until something happens to you,
Mm.
people have their opinions. But the fact is, there's a lot of people in this country, and everybody has a different perspective. So,
Click the
what
link in the
you
chat.
I think Restream, yeah, she has that.
I
How
put the
to
link
even?
back.
Oh,
Put a new
yeah,
one.
he see it. Yeah, go ahead, yo.
Yeah, so I was saying, with all the different people you have, everybody, it's kind of like if I say, okay, everybody, we're going to have cake. And then everybody says, oh, cool, yay, everybody's happy about it. And then I say, we're going to get a chocolate cake. And then all the vanilla lovers are freaking out. Everybody's like, boo. And then the
Exactly.
people who love strawberry, they're yelling, no, we don't want vanilla. We don't want chocolate. We want strawberry. So now you have a whole nation fighting over the laws of the land. And the government can't enforce everything. They can't control everything. It's a mess. So they have to stick with one thing at a time. And they say, okay, well, we're going to make a federal law. What's the federal law going to be? And then they say, okay, well, let's look at what the states have to say. And the states are all squabbling about it, making up their minds of what they want to do. We got life, we got pro-choice, and we got places that are saying, oh, abortion, is legal. Okay, it's illegal. And there's this war going on. And it's a mess. Like there was a woman who died because nobody wanted to touch her.
On the bus?
No, it was I think she was either in the middle of an abortion or she was dying. I don't remember what the case was, but no doctors wanted to touch her because they didn't want to get in legal trouble for, I think it was either and it was like a dangerous birth. So the birth was going to kill her or the baby. And they had to do an abortion, but nobody wanted to do it. So I guess she ended up dying.
Wow.
Was
that in the US?
Yeah. And so
Hey, Nick,
it's
you're
one
still
of
here.
those.
Just click on you. Just click on the stream and just follow. And then once you come in the box, she allows you in. She could see when you come in, and then you just mute. Otherwise, we're going to have double sound.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's a catch-22. You save the mother or the child.
Okay, yo, can I ask you something? Supposedly, which is now, I mean, you could say no comment if you see it offensive or personal, which I'm sure it's not. But let's just say if it is, always say no comment. This way, I know stop, not to cross the line. But let's just say hypothetically, God forbid, what if it turned out to be you in the womb, and your dad or your mom decided to abort you, and then you found out later now that one of your parents decided to stick and to bring you into this world, and then you found out that you are never meant to come out and you were about to be killed. How would you feel about that?
So I actually do believe in infinite lives. I don't think that we live once.
What? Really? So
I don't.
So you believe after you die, you're going to come back?
So I believe that you are me. I think that you are Rena, and you are yourself. You are all of us. And I am all of you, and she is all of us.
I'm a man?
Yes, in another life, yes, you were.
What?
And
I had to check myself for a minute. I was like,
So-
what?
So what are you, a Krishna now? Voodoo is it?
I
No,
want to be a
no.
woman, not a man.
Hey, Nick, you still here? Come on, man. You don't know how to get back in the Raina, you're in control. See if you can bring him in.
He has to accept it, and then I have to be able to accept him once he
All right,
clicks.
keep going, yo.
Yeah, so I think that
Click on the link, guys, if you want to come in.
Yeah, I put it down
I'm gonna-
again. Sorry, yo.
I just think that we I honestly I don't know how somebody could think that this is our only life and then that's it.
No, but what do you mean by saying you may come back again? That part I never heard.
Okay, so I think let's put it this way. I think that what is being rendered for you right now is not being rendered for me right now or for Rena right now. Like each one of us is going through something that's being rendered for us individually in this exact moment, but that moment doesn't exist in any form of time that is not
Oh my goodness, you're going around the globe, dude.
controlled. It's not controlled. In other words, it's unlimited time that is infinite, and the only interference that can happen would be from, I guess, like a
Yo, let me ask you this. What happens?
An
What do you
observer.
believe after you die? Go. Simple. Give me a simple vocabulary in my own understanding. What is that?
Okay, I think that your consciousness will spawn again.
Where it goes? Where does it go? Do I come back as another person? Do I come back as another creature? What do you mean by that?
So, okay, so I see what you mean. Okay, so let's describe it like this. Okay, this is the better way to describe it. So, no, I got to think of the better way to describe it.
Sounds
Okay, while you hold on a second. While you're thinking about it, this is what I believe. When I die, usually my body goes to the ground. I'll make it simple. Look how simple that is. When I die, my body goes into the ground, and life in this body is over. But my soul lives on forever, and I'm not coming back to this earth unless the Lord Jesus Christ wants me to be back, which I am not. All right. But usually I'm going to have a heavenly Father. I'm going to be with him in heaven forever. Boom, done. Now,
It's-
what do you feel about when you die? Do you feel the same way or do you feel different? Go.
It's difficult. It's difficult to describe.
If it's difficult, that means you don't know what the heck you're coming back as. I'm sorry
In
to say
the
that.
Bible, it says we're in deep sleep until Judgment Day. After we die, we're in deep sleep.
Okay, here's what I think is, I think that we are going to create artificial intelligence.
Oh boy.
We will use the artificial intelligence to create something even more advanced, which will have the ability to create simulations.
What happened to those people who died before us?
What happened to them?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that they are us, that we are them.
What? You confusing the heck out of us, man. Come on, man. I know you're a smart guy. Now you don't sound right to me, man.
Well, this is why I'm explaining it like this. So you are an observer, right?
Yeah.
And there's always an observer, always. There's never not an observer. The observer is the one who is conscious. So when somebody who's conscious passes away, that does not mean other consciousness have passed away as well. That was just one consciousness among infinite consciousnesses.
That was mine exploding.
Consciousnesses are constantly spawning and despawning.
What is this? This is a game going on? Like you're playing video games, dude? Come on, man.
It's more advanced. It is. You could refer to it like that, but I don't see it as a game because it's very serious.
Okay, well,
it's not serious.
I'm gonna stop you there for a second. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. It totally doesn't make sense. The only thing that I can think of what you're saying is like a Voodoo or Hindu, where he or she says, "Oh, if I'm a good person, I'll come back as a better animal, but if I'm a bad person, I may come back as a cockroach," and so on. I mean, come on.
Okay, let me ask you this. Before the planet Earth, how long do you think Earth has existed for?
To be honest with you, I don't know. Someone says could be 100 years. I mean, it can't be 100. 100,000 years. Someone could say million years, but that's not too important to me. It's not a big deal. I don't care about
Good call. Good call. Okay, forget planet Earth. How long do you think space has been around for?
Again, it doesn't matter. It
Why
doesn't
not?
really matter. All these things meaningless to me because you know why?
Space?
It could be, as I said, could be 1 million, 10 million, billions, trillions, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter.
13.8 billion years.
It doesn't matter, Raina. The question is, you have to ask yourself, what happens when you die? That's what I'm asking you. You don't know.
No, I think that when I die, that will be the end of this tiny life that I live.
Okay. And then what happens to you?
I think that I don't know whether I will be conscious. Okay, let's just put it this way. I will become conscious again, but it will take a lot of time.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense what you're saying. You know why? If you don't have anything to back it up, you're just thinking in your own head. And when you start thinking like that, you are really someone could think of you something else. And like this guy, he's just blabbling.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, as an observer, right? We are just observers. These two cameras that I have right here, and these two microphones, and this speaker that I have is.
Let's talk about this. I'm sorry. Let me just ask you this. In order for me to understand you better, you said you used to be Christian and then you no longer a Christian. Why don't you talk about that? What happens? Go. That would be something for us to understand better for the viewers.
What happens?
What happened that made you not become anymore? Like what changed?
And if you're not Christian, what are you right now?
Oh, okay. So what happened was I just kind of reflected on the book of Genesis.
Okay. What is it about the book of Genesis that made you no longer a Christian?
Well, I mean, if you just start at the beginning, like in the beginning, God hovered over, the waters. Like I can't. That already is like the first problem that I have.
Well, the book of Genesis, it's how the world,
God
created the world.
Yeah, God talks about how the world was created and then human, how he created us.
Yeah.
Story. Testament.
Well, I just looked it up right now. It says here, the book of Genesis is the first book of the Bible. We already know that. Okay. Now it says here, it's a foundational text for both the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Old Testament. It covers the creation of the world, the origins of humanity, and the beginnings of Israel, divided into two main parts. 1 to 11 focus on the broader story of God and the world, while chapters 12 to 50 center on the story of God and a specific family. Genesis. So God's.
My main problem is that I don't believe this is the beginning. This is one of infinite beginnings. So when it says in the beginning, I'm already like, no, that's not the beginning.
So what's the beginning?
Before that, right? A lot of stuff happened before God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, here's the thing, my friend. All I can say to you is, I know we're getting off too many different topics because that's what Raina, she said. Let's talk about anything. But if you don't believe in that, but you rather follow or believe into your own head, don't you think you are making things up in your own head instead of you saying, Lord, I believe you're out there and you know.
If I don't go by my own understanding, then I would not be being true to myself.
Right, but here's the thing. Who are you and who am I? We're creation. There is someone else bigger than us who is called the Creator.
But you and I both understand what the beginning is.
Actually, all I know is this. To me, if you ask me, if there is a historical evidence and there is
Okay, let me ask you
historical
this. Let me
things
ask you a
that we
question.
learn. Hold on a second. If you wanted to learn something about John F. Kennedy, or you want to learn about anyone, Hitler, or Gandhi, or anything like that, what do? We go by historical events that happened. Is the sound cutting off? Do you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
So how could you say something, for instance, like now you're telling me, how is this, how is that? Now, if I tell you right now, excuse me, you know how some people like different denominations, different religion and all that kind of stuff? If I say
Mhm.
to you that I can be able to create something, or if I happen to be a person who died, or I rose someone from the dead, I would definitely listen to you more than anything. But you're incapable as anyone else to create anything in life. Now, there's a difference between making and creating. Creating is like, so far right now with all our smart ideas, technological advance and all that kind of stuff, we cannot create a human being. We cannot even create anything that comes out of nothing. So there must be someone is in holy divine, a divinity as they call it. There must be God that we either you like it or not because we have a conscience. We do know there is a God. Now, everyone else, they make up a God in their own head. Now, if you don't have a historical events, things that you follow and you find, for instance, besides the Bible, there is many scripts where came the Bible from is from Greek, but there is also things that if you go back to the Middle East, especially where Israel, there is artifacts, there are things that they have dug and they found thousands of years what the Bible had said and claimed. It's there. And not only in Israel, it's beyond that. In Jordan, in Egypt, about what happened to the Israelites when they went to Egypt. So there is so much things we can see. Instead of us, we are thinking about, oh, this could be true, this could not be true, but we are being lazy to search, to study, and to go to, it's not like you, for instance, listening to me and you're just gonna go by what I say. No, I don't want you to do that because who am I? I could be wrong. For you and everyone else, you need to go out there. First, I always advise people to pray about it. And if you truly seek the truth, you shall find it. Go search it. Go find it. Take a trip. Go there. Go see what's going on out there. There is no way on earth. Look at the Dead Sea Scrolls that happen out of nowhere. I mean, there are things I don't even know. I mean, not only me. If you really look at all of us, we only know nothing but only the tip of the ice. That's why God said, for instance, blessed are those who believed in me and have not seen me.
Amen.
And you know what? I'm surprised. I think somehow when we take our eyes off the true God, the true person, where we know someone is in a higher authority and we start looking down, then all of a sudden you start focusing on the things of the world. There are three things you have to be careful from, and that's how many of us fall. That's what God says. Three things that once we take our eyes off him, we start looking at ourselves. This is called the lust of the flesh. Number two, the things that takes our eyes off God is the world. And then lastly is we start going by what? What Satan, what the devil whispers in our ears. Oh, you forget, there is no God. Oh, you are 5% God. Or you know what? There is no such thing as God. So once we start slowly taking our eyes and our minds, our focus on Him, we start to believe even a lie becomes true to us. And that's what I believe. I mean, I happen to be a time where I happen to be asking myself the same question. Who are you, God? Where are you? Where do you come from? How did all this happen? Now, if I tell you right now, I never had any doubt, I would be lying to you. There are doubts even in me sometimes. I'm saying, God, I am having a faith, a trust in you. Not even I don't even know if you're ever even there. But it's a leap of faith. So I would not, for instance, say to myself, you know what? I'm gonna go by what people think or what people say. So if I happen to be going and jumping off a bridge, obviously, which is it's a phrase that I learned in this country when I it always said, you're not gonna go after me, you're not gonna come, you're not gonna come behind after me and you do the same thing, right? There is a conscience in you that tells you what's right and wrong. So there are things what we say about ourselves. See, in order for you to put God outside the box or not outside the box, when there is a lot easier for us to say there is no God. You know why? Because once we do that, we are lovers of ourselves. You are free to do whatever you want to do. And you said a couple of things a couple of minutes ago about the law. Where did this law come from? When you said to me, "Oh, you know what? There is laws in this country or anywhere else, things to do and things not to do for the people." Why do you think His law is made? To protect us. If God doesn't love us, if God doesn't bring things into our lives, we could destroy ourselves if you think about it. Literally, we could destroy ourselves because nobody cares. Did you realize that those people who don't believe in God and they want nothing to do with God, that they seem to be, they're like on, you know how you let go, excuse me for saying this, I hope I'm not offending anyone, but that's how I look at it. It's like you have a ferocious dog who happened to be on a leash, and that leash is gone. Do whatever you want. Now, it may be a bad example, but I'm going to give you another example. Do you have any kids?
Two.
You have two kids?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, have you ever disciplined your kids?
Not that I remember.
So, whatever
Actually,
they
you know what? Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So here's the thing. When God, for instance, loves you and me and everyone else so much to a point, even you believe or you don't believe, which you used to, Jesus Christ is his son. Son is a means is in a body in a flesh to come down and die for us on the cross. The reason he did that because he knew that none of us could be saved by our good works, and each one of us has to pay that sin. Now, here's the thing: what I'm trying to say. If God loves you so much and he knows you're not going to be able to be saved except through his son. Now, you as an earthly person and you love your son or you love your daughter and you discipline that person, you did not discipline them because you hated that child. You discipline that child because you love that child. You don't want him or her to hurt themselves again. And when they grow older, you want them to learn that there are good and bad things in life and you want to protect them. So disciplinary is what happened in your life and my life. That's why when God says there is consequences and there are trials.
I think there's a big difference between abuse
No. I'm
and
not talking about abusive. That's no. That's no. Abusive is not from God. Abuse is from Satan. It is
yeah, but I
our
think
wickedness.
a lot of people think that discipline, they mix up discipline and abuse. There's
No.
like,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
I
I'm
see.
not talking about that. I'm gonna tell you where I come from. For instance, when I was young, my parent especially my mom, she disciplined me. And you know what? Right now, my mom passed away and all that. But if you ask me, I thank her every day she disciplined me. Matter of fact, she did more than just disciplinary because in this country we call it disciplinary. But when I was back home, she beat the frick out of me if I ever do that again. And guess what? I kid you not. And let me tell you something. I am not boastful and I'm not proud of that, but I am thankful. So I no longer do this. I have a lot of good things in me, but I also have the inheritance of sin from Adam. In other words, there are things very hard for me to let go. As an example, as I said earlier, if I look at a pretty woman such as Raina, I feel like I want to jump on her. So
Get
I
her.
am not not no, but the point you get the point, you get the things what I'm trying to tell you. Even here I am as a Christian. I'm not trying to tell you I'm better than you or I'm perfect. So there are sinful things no matter where I go. It's very hard to let go of it.
Yeah.
You understand that? So I brought you about covetousness. I brought you about the lustful of the flesh. I brought you even other examples. For instance, we're supposed to pray. Let's say we're supposed to obey the law of this country. Now, there are times we may say no. For instance, the time I would say no to the government or to the law if they tell me, no, do not pray to your God or do not read your Bible. That's the time I would say, no, I'm going to do it. But other than that, yes, I have to obey it because you probably say, why would you do that and not that? Because if it aligns with the word of God, then you do it. You see the difference?
Yeah, there's some
And
really
then
difficult choices that
no,
people
but
have to make sometimes.
wait a minute. There is also other things that is bad. God says, okay, here is this food you can eat so you could survive and do all that well. Here is the thing that you need to move around so you could survive and do well. Here's the thing that you need to get your butt off the couch and go out there and get a job and so you could feed your family. The point is, there are sinful things without us even realizing it's sinful. For instance, if you don't get off your couch and you sit down and you pray to God that God gives you a job, that's called laziness. Okay. And if you say to yourself, you know what, oh, well, I'm going to eat this food and eat that because I love food, and then you eat too much of it, what happens? It becomes gluttony and you become obese, and all of a sudden you become sick. So, in everything God says there is good and bad. Even I provided that for you. When you abuse it, it becomes harmful. It's the same thing with anything, even sex. Sex was made, honestly, it is only in marriage to produce and enjoy your wife. That's it. What did you do? What did we do with it? We abused it. I mean, uh, obviously it is. It's an abusive. Think about it. I mean, most of us right now, if you ask me right now, oh, I would love to have sex with all these women, but I know it is not the right thing. Oh, I would love to eat all the food, but I know it's not gonna be good for me. I would love to have all that money, even if I could go out and rob the bank, but I know it is gonna be harmful to me and to the society. And not only that, I won't even get that far. They will chop my head off. The point is, yes, there are things in our lives that God provides, but He said you do it the right way. Okay, the right way. In other words, you can't abuse it. Do you have anything to comment, or you want to add, or you want to say something? Because I don't want to hijack the conversation.
I think you know, what is abusing it unless we have using it correctly, like to compare, what's the difference between being sick and healthy? We don't know health until we've been sick, and we don't know sickness until we've been healthy. So it's the same way with abuse. How do we know if we're abusing something unless we abuse it, right? Like honey. Too much honey will make you sick.
Well, you said a few minutes ago when someone is not disciplining their children, but they're abusing it. Don't you think that's no longer a disciplinary?
I think that, everybody has their definition of abuse and discipline. Like, for instance, earlier when you asked me if I ever disciplined my child, the closest thing to abuse, or I mean discipline, that I could come up to or that I could think of was when my child went running through. I'm a helicopter parent, so when my child went running into danger, what I perceive to be potential danger. Like maybe he could have fallen, maybe he could have like tripped, and yeah, I immediately, swoop in and be like, "Yay, easy there!" Like, you're not going to just be able to run freely in the playground, right? I don't want him to get hurt. So I'm very careful and attentive to make sure that he doesn't get hurt from the playground, not from anything in particular. So discipline can be something like me maybe keeping him from something dangerous, like maybe one of the swings, somebody jumps off and it's swinging back and forth with a lot of force. That could be very dangerous to a child. So I would discipline my child by not allowing him to go over there, which, to some people, they might not see that as discipline, but I do. I see discipline as being, sometimes saying no is discipline.
I think maybe my phone cuts off. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, let me give you an example. I mean, what you're saying. Supposedly, your child, you ready?
Mhm.
Supposedly, your child went to school, not doing good in school in math. And then all of a sudden, he came home one day and he said that, and you said, wow, usually you barely pass, you're not good in math, and today you got an A. And then he found out that he cheated on the test and the teacher didn't know. Would you say, good job, kid, at least you passed the test, it's okay, just let it go? Or would you say, or what would you do?
Well, I would do, this is just me. There's going to be an investigation. We're going to find
I
out.
just told you, the kid, your son told you, he said, Dad, I didn't do well, I'll be honest with you, I cheated. That's why
Yeah,
I got an A.
I want to find out like how he cheated.
He just told you. There's no investigation. He just dead. I am not good in math. There's no way I could pass this freaking exam. I cheated on the exam. That's why I got an A. Usually I get either an F or a D, and there's no way on earth I could pass this exam. I literally cheated that. Boom. That's it. There's no if, but, when, what. Either you congratulate him, or what else would you do?
Okay, in that circumstance, like on one hand, that is impressive. Like if he figured out how to cheat on the test on his own, I have to say, look, that is very impressive that you got this score on the test, even though not good at math or da 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 da. I'm proud of you for that, but you still did wrong in that you did something that could get you in trouble and could get me in trouble as a parent and your teacher in trouble. So rather than do the cheating in the future, I would rather you talk to me and your teacher about it. But right now, I'm going to talk to your teacher. I'm going to say, hey, look, he cheated on this test. I'm very proud of him that he was able to use critical thinking and be creative to find a way to pass the test, which that in itself is another test, and I'll give him applause there. But at the same time, he's going to have to make it up, and he's going to have this done right, and I'm bringing it to the teacher's attention so that the teacher can keep a closer eye on him, but also so that it's more complex to me. So I see every aspect, and I want to address the real heart of the issue, which is, why are we even cheating to begin with? Because that tells me that something's wrong, whether maybe there could be a developmental disability. Maybe
Okay,
there could be.
yo, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to stop you for a second.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I hear you on what you're saying, but at the same time, you're okay, you're justifying. But let's hear what Reina has to say. Reina, what would you do if it was your kid? I just want to hear her point of view.
If I find out that my child came to me and said that he cheated on his test because he didn't know how to do it, I would be a little disappointed. I would tell my child, you don't have to cheat. If you know that you're struggling in school in any of the classes,
I get it, guys. I
come
get it.
to me
Reina, excuse
or
me.
your
Reina,
father.
I'm sorry. Stop for a second. Stop. I get that. I know what you're trying. I don't want. Okay. The thing is, I'm saying in plain English, what would you do? Your child already
I would
told you,
ground
or
him.
you found out he cheated. What would you do? Would
I would
you
ground him.
discipline the child, or would you just give him a tap on the back and say, "Good job, but don't do it again"? Go.
No, I would discipline him. I would ground him.
How?
Take his electronics. Tell him he can't go to his friend's home. The stuff
Would you
that he
go
likes
back? Would
to
you
do.
would you go back to school and tell his teacher, "I just found out my son, he cheated, and I don't believe it."
Exactly.
So
Because I
you would
wonder,
hold on a second. You would have him do the test again if.
yes,
Okay, how about you, Yo? Would you do the same thing, or would you just, like you said, something else?
I mean, yeah, the teacher's going to definitely be told about it. And
No. In your case, you said no.
huh?
In your case, you're not going to go and tell the teacher. You
Oh,
told us earlier you did
you
not.
might not have heard the whole thing. The teacher, I would be telling the teacher.
But you told him, "Good job." I mean, that was a smart thing. I don't know how you did it, but you did a good
Yes,
job.
I would still tell him good job, but I also said I would also tell him, but that was not the right way to go about it. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to talk to the teacher. We're going to find the right way for him to go about it. If that means he has to study again, if it means he has to take the test again, if it means he gets held back a year, it means
But
that.
what would you tell him? What would you tell your son in the first place that that was impressive, that was smart? Somehow you
you're
managed to
basically
get
praising
an
his
A and
bad
all that.
behavior.
So positive discipline is very good. It's actually one of the perfect, like one of the best things you can do with a child is you encourage good things, but at the same time, you have to get them on the right track and keep
But he
encouraging
didn't
them.
create anything. He just actually copied the answers somewhere, somehow.
I mean, he didn't get caught. He thought he was very creative to come up with a way to copy the answers and do all that. It's
So you
something.
would reward your son if he cheated on the test and got an A. Let me ask you this. Supposedly your son, one day he went to the bank and he robbed the bank and he got away with $1 million, and you tell him, "Good job, we got him $1 million, we're rich, but don't go out there and do it again." It's the same thing, isn't it?
If he gets away with robbing a bank, that's very, very impressive. Okay. I'm not going to downplay that. That is incredible. But on the other hand,
Right.
am I going to turn him in? That's a little different because now he's not a child anymore. Now he's an adult. And as an adult, I can't like say to my son who robbed a bank and got away with it, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to turn you in. What I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to say, hey, look, that's not cool. I don't want to have anything to do with that because you're committing a crime that has a very serious offense.
So what's the difference between cheating on the test that started when he was young and then when he grew older, it evolved into something bigger? Let me add one more thing to this. I need you to think really nice and hard and think about before you answer. What happened to the guy who shot, as they say, even he did or he did not? But let's just use this. What about the guy who shot and killed Charlie Kirk and then his father found out? Why would his father hand him over? And would you have done the same? Go.
So if he, well, first of all, like shooting people, I would hope by that age he would know that that's completely unacceptable. Doing harm to somebody physically is contemptible. At that point, it's no longer my son. That means I failed as a parent, and I would immediately
But
call 911.
it's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you once in a while. That's how we
Okay.
could debate on this. But you have said a few minutes ago, cheating on the test that was a smart thing and he got away with it. But don't you think that evolved? Do you think most criminals, do you think one day a criminal would just wake up one day say, I'm just going to
Your
go and
thing
do
is
drugs,
cutting
sell
out
drugs,
again.
and kill people, do this and that. It doesn't start this way. Do you know that most of the problem, the crime that happens, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me just finish up on this quickly.
Wait.
Quick note. It
Let us
starts
hear
at
you better.
home.
Can you
It
refresh?
starts at home, my friend. Believe me.
When you praise your child for bad behavior and he gets it into his mind, my daddy just praised me. He thought it was impressive that I was able to cheat, but now he's going to tell me not to do it again. Like you're making it to where, well, I'm just going to do it again.
Well, there's
So
a difference between
as he
cheating
gets
and
older
non-cheating.
and you keep doing that, eventually he's going to go rob a bank because he's going to remember, when I was a child, my father praised me. He'll be fine with it.
You see, in the Bible, which I looked up again, Proverbs 22:6. It says this: train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. And I'm telling you, most of us nowadays, we fail to train and teach our kids at young age. And that's most of the time when they grow older, they start doing stupid, crazy things. And you know what's the worst thing on top of that? Is when you no longer, when that child especially has no father. A father plays a big role in the children. So is mom. Everybody plays a different role. But let me tell you something. When children have no parents, that makes it very difficult. Go ahead.
Wait, who's going?
No, because you have different. But see, the thing is, what I disagree with you on, and a little disappointed, but it's okay. Even I disagree with you. But here's the thing: you have a different thinking, different ideas. Oh, if he cheated on the test, just don't do it again. But it's a smart thing; you get away with it. But then I said to you, what if he robbed the bank? Oh, that's very impressive. He stole that money, but I don't want to get. But you see, the thing is, you're telling him one thing, then the other thing, and then somehow, you know what happens? You're playing with this child's mind. That's why he doesn't even know what's right and wrong anymore. Once you
I see what you mean.
once you put the rod down, the stick down, and you tell him, no, you do not do this thing. You do the right thing, and you should prosper. Even if you remember I told you a few minutes ago where millionaires and billionaires, they have the worst life. They cannot even sleep well. They always have to worry about two things: how to make more money and how to keep that money. So sometimes people, they think they own that money. Even you used to believe, and I believe you will come back to the Lord, is today is the day that the Lord is probably talking to you. Not me. I'm not talking to you. I'm not a prophet. But the point is, what I'm saying to you is, in life, every day in life, God always draws us to Him, and He always gives us a second chance. He always calls out to us, and I don't know how. Even me, sometimes I drift. But when you say to me, "Oh, my child, this and that," I don't want to get too personal with you. I don't know how was your relationship with your parents. I don't know how your parents raised you. For instance, I'll talk about myself, so I don't want to offend anyone. My father wasn't there for me. My father wasn't there. My father was just a father by name. So my mom and my father, they didn't have a good relationship. So all I know, I was raised well by my mom and by grandparents, and they taught me well. Yeah, there are times I slacked off, I did wrong. I'll tell you one time, I went to not a store, to like one of those called like a mall, like a bazaar where they sell food and all that stuff. Which food to me, not a big deal. But there was one particular thing I could never have. Do you know what it was? Not that I am not allowed, it's a sin. No, it means you cannot have that. It's more important to buy food than to buy candy. And one time I just couldn't
So you
take
weren't
it.
allowed to have candy?
I went there, I saw that candy, and I will never forget this. The guy followed me, man, and he chased after me, and he caught me by the hand, and he brought me back, and he told me, put the freaking candy back where it was. And he was looking at me, he was like, he wants to kick the heck out of me. But because
Wait,
all
who
the people
did?
around me, he said, don't you ever come back here again. But I was also caught again in a village where I stole an ice cream. But that time there was no one around except the owner. And he said, where is the money? So I lied. I said, oh, I put the money here on the counter. He said, I don't see no. He said, where is the money? Did you? And I tried to play games. I will never forget what he did. He smacked the heck out of me, man. You know how you watch one of these cartoons and you see birds flying over your head?
Yep.
That's exactly. And blood was coming out of my nose and my mouth. He smacked me really hard.
Oh wow.
Yes, but guess what? There's two things I learned from it. I never, ever, ever went back to that store again. I never stole. I swear. And guess what's number two?
You never stole?
No, I never even ever told my grandparents. You know what would have done to me?
They would have made you see many birds.
Exactly. They would have finished me off. You see the difference? So disciplinary. Now, I'm not saying you should beat the frick out of your kid like that, but it taught me a lesson. I never stole again. Ever.
Did you ever whistle in the house?
Yeah.
You were
Why?
allowed to whistle in the house?
No, not whistle. I mean, I thought you said, did I ever whistle? I know how to whistle. I whistled
No,
sometimes.
in
but
the
no.
house. Whistle
No.
in the
Why?
house.
No. Why would you bring that up?
Because you were not allowed to whistle in the house?
Are you talking about like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not supposed to. Like, they don't like that. Like, what are you whistling for?
Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know. I think you know what? It's probably superstitious. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
maybe I don't know. I honestly I never found out. Maybe money running out of the house. I don't know. I'm just saying it could be any reason.
Huh.
Is your parents ever told you that? Maybe you know something I don't know.
No, but I met somebody from Russia and I was whistling in the house
Okay.
and he said, "No whittling in the house." And I said, "Huh?"
Why?
And he said, "No whittling in the house." And I said, "What are you
Why?
what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying." He said,
Exactly.
"No whittling in the house." I go, "What is whittling?" And he goes, and I said, "Oh, whistling." And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Why?" And he couldn't tell me.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are superstitious. I used to be that way too. I no longer. Did you know that there are people who are superstitious with things like this? Let's see if you know it. You probably have seen it. Maybe you don't know. Let me refresh your memory. Do you know that there are some people who even they call themselves Christians, even some Muslims, some different culture, different religion. They wear like a blue thing. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it?
A blue what?
Like a blue necklace, like an eye or something like that.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they said that deters Satan away from the house, from your family.
That would explain why I've never seen it.
Yeah, some people they wear these things, which they
Get it?
believe in these crap,
Do you get
like
the joke?
like witchcraft.
That's why I haven't seen it, because they were wearing it. Get it?
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, because you're not looking for it, you didn't believe in it, and you don't know it. But I did see some people they wear like blue things, like a blue. I don't know what is it called. Like a blue eye, blue diamond, blue. Not necessarily diamond, real diamond, but a blue. Anything to do with a blue color. You know what I mean?
So it's like a gem or a stone?
Yeah, something like that, like a gem, something. You know how sometimes people they put. Like the movies, the Dracula, where they believe that they put the cross and it keeps all the Dracula scared from them and all that stuff. It's like a superstitious, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it might be a gemstone.
And what happened to Nick, by the way?
I don't know.
He probably
He
didn't get in.
He didn't know how to follow the. No, he could have stayed here. He could have just chatted. Anyway, wow, I'm surprised oh my goodness. You've been here over 2 hours? Wait, let's finish what's his name? Charlie Kirk has to say, please. Play it, woman.
Louisiana, where you have a pro-life majority, and you think to yourself, okay, we could pass a bill of equal protection, but if we do that, we might see a backlash in the next national election. That's a political calculation. I'm fine with making that. But my dispute is it doesn't seem like this is a political calculation, but rather a moral judgment that these women are victims and not murderers.
I actually think they are victims. We just disagree.
Okay, so what evidence could persuade you?
Well, nothing that you cited, but just anecdotally, when anecdotally, which does form opinion, and I'd have to find more data. I know women that I've met that have gotten abortions almost always have a second or third party assisting, subsidizing, or notifying them in doing that. Secondly, a lot of the women that have abortions, they're filled with regret because many of the times of the people I've met, maybe you have different experiences, they say, if I would have known the complexity of what that actually was a human life, they would have maybe made a different decision. So we just disagree. I have a different approach, and thank you for your time today. You tried to change my mind, but you did not. Thank you.
Good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
You know, back in the day, the nurses used to push the young girls into, you know, having the abortion, and this was normal.
Wow.
Yeah, they would, you know, be like, "Oh, you know, you're so young," and they would even force it. Actually,
You know, I tell you, I mean, how old is your kids, by the way? Yo.
about six, maybe 15 and 17, possibly.
So they're pretty.
I think, yeah, I think let's say 15 and 17.
15 and 17. Okay. I mean, are you? I mean, were you married or is it just boyfriend girlfriend?
Let's say, do you want the Christian answer or the non-Christian
No, I
answer?
mean, were you married to them or not married? That's it. Simple. No, we were just living together. We just boyfriend girlfriend. I mean,
Okay, so as a Christian, I believed that we were legally married, even though we were not legally married. So, like by God's law, we were married.
it makes no sense. Either you're married or not married, dude.
Okay, so from a non-Christian perspective, we were not married.
Huh. I don't know what you mean by that. Did you have like marriage certificate or not?
No.
Oh, then you haven't been married then. That's it.
See what I mean?
You make it so hard for us, man. Anyway,
But you have to remember that the scripture says that man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So marriage is by definition what God says, not what man says. And according to God, marriage is simply the act of a man leaving his father and mother, which I did, uniting to his wife, which I did, and becoming one flesh, which I did.
Yeah, but didn't you have a marriage certificate in front of God?
That's not scriptural.
Huh. Well, anyway, I mean, well, then wait a minute. So I could go out with any girl and say we're married. Is that what you did?
Okay, so if you leave your father and mother, okay, you've committed one step. Step one.
Yeah.
You need to unite with your wife, right? So you need to find a woman who is as interested in you as you are with her, right? So now you found her. That's step two. And then you need to become one flesh with her. That means you're going to have to lie with her. And that's step three. If you commit all of those, that's your wife. Now, if you leave her after that, that abandonment, leaving your wife, that is, I mean, technically, there's no command that says that you have to stay right there with her. But if you go and lie with another woman, then you've just taken a second wife. That could get pretty messy how many wives you take. But, you know, this is one of those you reap what you sow situations. If, depending on the women you're messing with, like, don't be surprised if trouble comes into the picture. And it can come in any shape or form. But the more marriages you get, there might be some brothers who have something to say about your not, you know, where'd you go? You know, she's upset. You know, that I know I would be upset if my sister became one flesh with a man and then he up and took off on her, right? And she's talking to me saying, oh yeah, well, Bill took off. I'd say, what do you mean Bill took off? And if she's crying or really upset, I'm going to be like, well, you know, did you call him? You know, where did he go? Like, you know, what's going on?
Well, anyway, what you just said a few minutes ago, I just looked it up again, is in Genesis, and you don't believe in Genesis, I couldn't believe it. In Genesis 2:24, it says, where it says, therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. So it is actually a covenant. It's in Christianity, a marriage is viewed as a sacred covenant between one man and one woman, reflecting the relationship between Christ and the church. So whatever you said, whatever you did, it's not according to Christ and the church. Because it says here a covenant, I think. It means, you know how you stand at the altar and you say for good, bad, and ugly and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know exactly what your marriage is. But anyway, the way it sounds to me, and I'm not trying, pick on you or point a finger at you. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is the way you did, it's just like you were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if you don't want to say it, but that's what it sounded to me.
Yeah, I could see why you would think that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't need to beat around the bush. Just say it as is. I mean, if you didn't go, you stood at the altar in front of God and you had a marriage certificate, it's not legal marriage, even in front of the law or in front of God. That's how we look at it.
Yeah, boyfriend, girlfriend, from my perspective,
Yeah.
Just didn't exist. That was like pagan language. So I would have to translate that into biblical language. So that, like, by definition, boyfriend, girlfriend is, I honestly, I don't even know what that is, because, like, where is he, where is she, do they live with their parents, if they do, and even that's another thing is, you can live with your parents and still get married, right? Legally, according to the state.
Yeah, but then you're gonna bring problems. It's not gonna be easy. Most of the time, I know people say, "Yeah, we could get along," but I did see it happen, and even some of my family, it did not go well. It went horrible.
I did
People
have a
fight.
question for you about, since you brought up Genesis. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Right.
This is Genesis 1:1.
Okay.
So
we'll go there.
and this is just like this is my thinking, right?
Okay.
So my question to you would be, what was God doing before that?
I don't know. I'm not gonna sound like I know. I have no idea. All I know
Well,
it
just
says in the
throw
beginning,
out, like,
God created heaven and earth. Heaven and
what do
earth.
you call that? Where you play like where you're like a hypothetical. Like, hypothetically, what was God doing before that?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know.
No, but like hypothetically, come up with something.
Why don't you ask Raina for that? Because I don't know what to think. I don't know what to. I never thought of that question.
Okay,
What
Raina.
did God do before the world? I have no idea.
Raina, a thief breaks in your house in the middle of the night. He's got a mask on and a gun to your head, and he covers your mouth, and he says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." What was he doing before that? And then he uncovers your mouth, and he's waiting for your answer.
Good way of putting it.
But you the way you bring in the question and then you throw in a hypothetical, if someone, it doesn't make sense. If God didn't make us yet, but then you're saying to her, what if someone broke into her house and put something over? Doesn't make sense.
Existed as a Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in a state of perfect eternal love and communications with each other before Genesis.
So, like, they were in silence.
I don't know. You know something.
Solary being, but existed as a Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are things, and it's not wrong to say. And I'm not saying not to stop asking and thinking. I'm not saying that. There is nothing wrong. It is better to say I don't know rather than say you know and you don't know, and then it comes out wrong, because I have no idea. As much as I would love to know, but that's not the most important thing to me, personally.
To me, it is important.
I'm going to tell you this, if you really think about it for a second. And I like the way you're thinking, but I do not like the idea you put God in a box sometimes, which I understand that, because sometimes I do too. I try not to do that because that's not how it works. You can't put the creator in the box as long as you are the creation. So the point is, what I'm saying is, we know nothing compared to what God does. No matter how good we try to understand and learn about Him, you can pray and you can ask for wisdom and knowledge. I'll tell you one thing that I always tell everyone else. Wisdom, it only comes from a holy divine from above, where knowledge, it also comes from Him, but knowledge could be learned and we could teach ourselves from one another in school and all that kind of stuff, but not wisdom. Wisdom, it is really, really, it's a gift from God. Not many of us has that.
Mhm.
No matter how you could be as smart as anyone else. You could be the richest man on earth, but you have no wisdom. You will be like, you know how people say you're clueless or you have nothing up here in your head, but you're book smart. It's almost the same. So some of us, we could be really smart about things in life, but we have no wisdom. We don't know what's good, what's bad, how we can live our lives and how we can deal with things in our lives or toward others. For instance, with some of us, we could say, okay, to have a better life, go to school and study hard and get education and hopefully get a good job and to earn money, and that's called to learn the knowledge. But this is not the wisdom. The wisdom, I would say, for instance, you know, like we said a few minutes early, like God says, not what I said. To go back to it just to be on the safe side, so I can quote it exactly. Um, Train the child when he's young, and when he grow older, he will not depart
You
from it. So
you need to
this
equip your
is
child with
yeah.
scripture.
So this is called wisdom. We may not like it. We may say it, like you said, abusive, but it's not an abusive. It's based on how you train a child. If you take a stick and you beat the heck out of that child and his skin becomes red and black to a point, of course that's abusive. So there are things God told us what we should not do. There are things also God told us how to take care of ourselves if we could live longer and better health. Now, I'm not saying you're not going to have difficulties, you're not going to have problems, you're not going to have sickness. But God says, trust in me. Proverbs 3
Every
5 to 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and mind and soul and strength, and lean not on your own understanding. So that's the thing with sounds like to me, is you trying to understand things based on your thinking, on your own ideological
Well,
thinking,
from the
and
God that I
that's
can
when we fall.
understand as a Christian, things should make sense. Things should add up and stack up. For instance, you brought up a really good point about putting God in a box, and it got me thinking. You're right. By saying what was God doing before creating heaven and earth,
Right.
I'm forcing God into the box of you had to be doing something before then, right?
Okay.
But then I realized it is not putting God in a box to say God wasn't doing anything before that. That's a box too. To say that God wasn't doing anything before that, that is a different box. So they're both boxes, and I have to pick and choose which box I believe in. Do I believe that God was doing something before creating the heavens and the earth?
It probably was, but why is it so important?
It's important because the beginning is the most important to me, because I value the beginning just as much as I value the end.
Maybe my phone is getting hot or something. I lose sound sometimes, which is weird. Oh
Oh,
wow.
your
Oh
phone is heating up?
yeah, my phone sometimes loses sound, but it's okay. Listen, you know what? There's nothing wrong to think what you're thinking, but
I
pray
will give you
about
this
it.
though. Here's a cool scripture that you'll like.
Sure.
Colossians 2:8
Hold on,
says,
let me type it in. Let me type it in, buddy. Let me type
yeah,
it in. I like when you say that.
Colossians 2:8.
Colossians
2:8.
2:8.
Yeah, you'll love this one.
All right. I love everything. Let's
It's
go. I love
very
everything
good.
about. Oh, it says, see to it that no one takes you captive through hollow and deceptive philosophy, which depends on human tradition and elemental spiritual forces of this world rather than on Christ. Okay, amen to that. What's the
Yeah,
question?
I like that scripture because it's very relevant when you're discussing things.
Okay. It says here, so yeah, you know what? Let me tell you something. No one, not even me or anyone else, can get you into God's word or believe in Christ or anything. It has to come from within. And you know what? I am not here. I always tell people, you cannot convert anyone. You can't. God says to us in His last commandments, He said, "Go out there and tell the good news." That's it. It's up to you to take or leave. Yes, it's great to know that someone is coming to Christ. For Christ has said, God said, that one repentful sinner comes to Christ better than 1,000 or 100 righteous men. So the point is, it always has to come from within you. You have to ask yourself, am I better off right now the way I am? Or is it better for me to put my faith and trust in Him and count on Him? For He had said that I have come to save you through my Son, and I know what's best for you. And I know that in order for you to believe, which, think about what it is. Even He told His disciples, even He told the doubting Thomas, where many people, they pointed a finger at him. As a matter of fact, I'm glad he did. Thomas, he doubted, and they call him the doubting Thomas. Did you know that we learned a lot from him? Because if he didn't do that, because we had the same thinking, the same heart, like, we have doubts. And here is this guy who have seen Christ, who lived with Him. He did everything, and he didn't even believe it was Him
That's
till he said,
crazy to me, but I believe it, because the thing is,
it's good to doubt, but it's also not to drift too far. Why?
it was
Because
him. Like, that's
as
being
long as
unique,
you
though.
still open to the Word of God, you're good. That's what I believe.
Exactly.
Like, everybody's different, and Thomas's just lack of faith, like that trouble believing, even when he's seeing, is just one of those things
I'm
that.
sorry. I want to give me a glass of water or something to drink. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Uh,
No, keep talking. I'm about to drink something.
Yeah, I
I'm not
just think
drinking
that.
alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I'm just saying I'm drinking. I'm drinking, in other words, water or coffee. Go ahead.
you already said water.
No, it's just a beautiful thing that, like, we have variety of, when it comes to different humans. Like, some people are very strong, physically. Some people are very smart. Some people are very beautiful. Some people are tall. Some people are short. Some people are really good cooking. Some people are really good at, scouting. And it makes me think about how, one thing about Christianity that I think was appealing to me when I was young is the passiveness, the kindness, and the love. Like, people, real Christians, actual real Christians, are not out there cutting off heads like in the Renaissance days. What was that, where they went around on a campaign killing people in the name of Christ? What was that? The Crusades.
The
Yeah,
Crusades. Yeah.
those weren't real Christians.
No, but
But
wait. I'm gonna stop you right there. Do you know why they did that?
actually, I haven't studied the Crusades in depth,
Okay,
so
then
I am actually interested in hearing.
how could you say they're not Christians then?
Because okay, so maybe they were like baby Christians, but I
Not really.
wouldn't
No,
call
there's
them.
no such things, baby Christians, because babies wouldn't do this. Can I give you an update quickly on it, why it happened? And you could look it up. You
Uh-huh.
ready? I make it
Yeah.
in less than a minute. The Christian Crusades, they did what they did. It's because the Islamists, the Muslims, what they did is they came to Jerusalem and they did everything. They converted everything into Islam, and they took power, as well as they start spreading everywhere into even from Middle East to Europe. And then they start doing what this. They start converting people by force. If you don't, you die. They will take everything from
Oh,
you. So
wow.
they finally had to stand up. They finally had to stand up. So where did it happen? I think it's happened in, I'm not sure exactly. It's Rome, or I mean Italy, or I guess Poland. The Catholic. Even I don't agree a lot with what Catholic does, but that's not. I am talking about the Catholic. They're still our brothers and sisters. We may disagree on a couple of things here and there, but the focus is on Christ. But let's just make it clear and let's not drift the topic here. If it wasn't for the Christian Crusades, you and me and everyone else, we would be Muslims right now, or we would be dead, because it was their way or the highway. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up. This is exactly what's happened nowadays. Right now, why do you think right now? Did you know that the Muslims haven't forgotten the Christian Crusades? We did.
I wouldn't imagine.
We did. We are still sleeping. And let me tell you something. You know how they are winning? This time they're winning without lifting the fingers. You know how they're doing it? Two things. One, through immigration. Two, through a factory of babies. They're producing and producing and producing nonstop. As a matter of fact, I don't even have some of these videos I could show you. They even said it. He said, "Oh, it's not our fault you guys not having any kids. We're gonna produce as much as we can, and we're gonna win over you, either you like it or not." This is. Let me tell you something. There is something about most naive, gullible Westerners, Americans. They don't know what Islam is all about. Islam is having only one thing and one thing in mind, is to conquer the whole world. To conquer the whole world. And let me tell you something.
You left out blessed be his name.
Hold on a second, I'm going to tell you this. The only reason they can't do what they're doing right now, it is because they're weak. It's not about land. You know how they go by Palestine and all that stuff? They think people, they're fighting over land. Let me tell you something. All these people who support Hamas, they could care less about the Palestinians. They're using them as pawns. They could give a crap. They're using them as pawns for their own agenda. And let me tell you something. I know about Islam not as much as anyone else, but I know a little bit more than you. And I'm not trying to
What
put
did you
you
say they
down.
were using? You said they're using
Huh?
what? They're using what?
The Palestinians, the PLO, they call them Free Palestine. They're using them as pawns. You know how you play chess? Pawns, P-A-W-N.
Oh,
I know, my accent's bad. Pawns, yeah. How you say it?
no,
You're
no,
saying it
you said
right.
it right.
Okay, thank you. So
I said, who
it's
were
not.
they using?
Let me tell you something about. Let me just educate you a little bit about Islam. Even me, I'm still learning. Islam is having one thing and one thing only. First of all, the word Islam, where they tell you Islam is peace, is not. I used to say it's submission. I found out later on it's not. It's actually, to be precise, surrender or else. Islam, they give you three things if you don't accept Islam. One, accept Islam or die. Two, you pay the jizya, which means taxation, a lot of money. Three, you and your family and everyone slaves to us. That's exactly what Islam is all about. Islam isn't about peace. Now, I understand a lot of us, we say we have good friends, neighbors who are Muslims. I have too. Don't take me wrong. They're peaceful, but the true reality, the truth behind Islam, it's called two things: Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb. It means in Arabic, the house of war and the house of Islam. How do I know that? I studied it. I know about it. And what they do is, the house of war, its agenda is to fight all those people who are against it and who won't accept it. And once it's being accepted and conquered, that part will be gone. They want to establish Islam. That's it.
Yeah, which I don't understand how anybody could want to hear that ruckus so early in the morning.
You're talking about the prayer.
Yeah,
Are you talking
that
about
just
the
makes me
prayer,
want to
the
kill
mosque?
people. I'm sorry.
Because it
Yeah, the
says in their books,
loud
my friend.
music that they play.
It's in their books. Did you hear what I just said? It's in their ideology.
Yeah.
The problem is why they could not have peace. The problem why they still fighting us, Christians and non-Christians, is because it's in their books. It says, go out there and fight and kill those people who don't believe. In order for you to have peace, you have to get rid of the ideology. How are you going to get rid of that book? And here's the thing. What happened in Israel, people, they think it's about two-state solution. You see what happened. They tried that. It didn't work. What happened? They were sending billions and billions of dollars to those Hamas. They have that small land. And what did they do? They did not build hospitals. They did not build schools. They did not feed the people. What did they do? They were building tunnels. They were doing what? Making weapons and everything else. And they were practicing and waiting and training for the big day, which is October 7th. Even the Israelis are as smart as they are, as well as big inventors, as you know. They are smart, very smart people. I mean, the phone that you have, the electronics that you have, everywhere else, people, they would love to have their hands on the product of Israeli equipment and electronics. As a matter of fact, the stuff that you have, even those Muslims who are using their equipment, and they call them are kuffar, which means infidels, and they want it dead, they're using their own stuff. So the thing is, don't be naive about those people who are in the middle of the street somewhere in California, New York, especially the democratic states and the sanctuary cities, and they call for the destruction and the annihilation of what? Israel. I am not defending Israel in any way, shape, or form. There are times they're doing stupid things, just like anyone else. But no one has the right to annihilate and kill and say, no, you shouldn't be alive. You should not live. There's no such things. This is what's called genocide. And they call Israelis are genocide. If the Israelis really have a genocide against the Palestinians, they would have wiped them off a long time ago. They're not doing that. They always warn them, get out of there. We're about to kill those Hamas, the terrorists. Look what they had done to us and all this thing. The only reason I believe what happened to October 7th, I'm glad, actually, not happy what they did. But in a way, I understand why it happened. One reason, they let their guards down. Two, sometimes God brings people in our lives to discipline us because lack of faith. We turned our back on Him. And I believe that. I believe that. And this is what I believe right now. And it may scary. You may not agree with me. I hate to say what I'm about to say. If we're not really on our hands and knees and also trusting in God and standing up for the truth, it's slowly happening here. Look what happened to UK. Literally predominant Muslims. Right now, King Charles of UK, he's defending Islam. Steimer, what is he saying right now? You know what he's doing? He is putting anybody in jail who sends out any text message on a social media against Islam. And what is he doing? He's defending the Muslims and putting his own people in jail. Guess what else is happening?
That's
This
crazy.
is what's happening right now in the US. Right now, they're winning the war against us without lifting a finger. How? By immigrating and bombarding us with their immigration, and then at the same time, what they're doing, they're voting. They're voting for their own kind. Look at this guy Mamdani. I won't be surprised, but he's gonna win. Why? Because as I said earlier, the problem with us, I call them the walk, the liberals. Even you could be one. I don't know. That's not the point. I'm gonna say it as is. The problem is we don't care about this country. If we really love this country, we will not let any outsiders come from outside and we put them in the office. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna turn around once they have the power. They're gonna turn around and they're gonna kill you if you don't do what they say and believe in what they believe. I am telling you, facts. Anybody's out there who hears me and doesn't agree with me, fine, go ahead, speak. Because most of us, all we care about is our comfort zone. What's our comfort zone? Go out there and follow our God. Who's our God? Money. Who's our God? Our bodies. Who's our God? What type of house I want to have? We only care about these things, materials. You know what they care about? Do you know what they care about? Death. You
Yeah,
don't have to believe me. Look
that's
around.
crazy.
Yes, they care about death than life. Why? Because they believe if you kill anyone who's non-Muslim, you're gonna go to heaven. And on top of that, that's the least of the Muslims is gonna get 72 virgins. Where do they get all that stuff from? Where do they get all that
That's
stuff
it?
from?
Only 72?
I just said the least. The least. It means the
Oh,
bad
okay,
Muslim
okay.
gets 72. Where do they get all that
All
stuff?
right, good.
It is from their false prophet, Muhammad.
Yeah, I need at least 72 virgins, at
But
least.
you see, the thing is, the thing. I just need you to think really nice and hard.
Do you know how stupid
Muhammad,
that sounds?
I'm going to tell you something about Muhammad.
72
Muhammad, this
virgins.
guy, he's not as stupid as you think he is. First of all,
Oh,
these guys, they
gosh.
believe he's illiterate. He's not illiterate. Do you know why he promised them sex?
Because they never get it.
Because that's all they want. Exactly. You know why he promised them on earth you could get up to 4 wives, but he had 13 wives. Why is he allowed to say that God told him? What kind of prophet is this? God said to him, you are free to have any woman, even married woman, that her husband, he must divorce her and let him give you his wife, not to marry her, but to do the boom boom, to bang her. What kind of crap is that?
Wait, I need to hear this one again. Say this again.
Okay. Prophet Muhammad, as they call him, the false prophet, I call him,
Yeah.
he said that Allah told him that send him like a surah, like a verse in the Quran, that you're allowed to have any woman, even the married woman, to have her anytime you want, even if she is married, that her husband must divorce her so he could do the bang with her.
What?
Boom, boom. You tell me, isn't that a cult or what? Isn't that satanic or
wait,
what?
time out. Are you telling me that Muslim people are able to go to each other's wives and lay with them?
No, I didn't say that. I said about their prophet. He said he's talking about himself.
You're saying only he gets that rule?
Yes.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. Did you know what else he told them? He is, anytime he go out there and invade other people, it doesn't matter who they are, he's supposed to have the best of the booty. He's supposed to have
That's
1/5 of the
unbelievable.
booty. The best of the best. In other words, if he comes to your house and rob your house, kill your family, and take your wife and kids, he gets the biggest TV.
That's crazy.
Why I'm trying to tell you. These things, they don't tell you these things. They tell you only Islam is good. They tell you Islam is peaceful.
Of course.
Do you know what? They don't tell you any. See, this is the problem with a lot of people. When they go out there and accept a religion, they don't study it. You remember
That is
what
the
you told me a few minutes ago in the beginning of the conversation? You said, oh, the Quran, and there's another book. It's called Hadith. Hadith, it is a book of all the things what Muhammad did and his disciples. He had done so many bad things in life that will blow your mind away. There's no way on earth you would say he's a prophet. You're already aware that he married a 6-year-old girl and he had sex or consummated the marriage when she was 9. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, that's sick.
You already know that, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
What do we call it right now? Pedophile, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. I asked even some people, I said, would you give your daughter, not 6, 9, 10, to someone who's 50 years of age? There are a couple of videos I've seen on the internet. Nowadays, they still practice. There is a couple of women and they're singing in a wedding. The girl is only 10 years of age, and the guy is, guess what, 60 years of age. 60.
That's
And
crazy.
then she was pregnant at 11. Did you see? You should see the look on her face. First of all, I asked Rena that question one time. She said, you know what? I don't even know how is she going to give birth because her body's small. She may even die during birth. And I never thought about that. What do you think?
I mean,
yeah, she looked pregnant. She was pregnant. He was taking
A
her.
child having a child, yeah, she's not going to be able to go full term, even that. She will die.
It's just
Which
insane.
is
There's a
sad.
lot. There's more to it than that, man. There's a lot more to it. What about the guy during? Oh, about the Jewish people. It's called the Battle of Khyber. What about the time that he went to a Jewish clan? He killed everybody. Then he went to this woman. I forgot her name. Sophia, I think. I'm no, not Sophia. I'm sorry. And what he did, he killed. Listen to this. Beautiful woman, beautiful young wife. He killed. Watch this. He killed all her family. He killed her husband, her brother, her father, her mother, everybody. Watch this. On top of that, he forced her. He married her same freaking night after he had a blood of bath. What sick bastard is that? You tell me.
A what? He had a what?
He killed everybody.
Bloodbath.
Oh,
Bloodbath.
bloodbath.
He killed everybody, and then he forced her to
And then
marry
he
him.
had sex with her. Wow.
He had sex with her same night. How do I
Yeah,
know all
that's-
this stuff? It's in their books. Read it. Find it. That's why I said to you, sometimes you said to me about this and this. I don't make things up. I read it in their own books. It says in their own books.
Yeah. See, as a serial killer myself, right? Like as a complete psycho murderer. That's how easy it is for me to kill somebody. Is if I come across the wrong person, they're already dead. Like, so the kinds of people that we're talking about in these stories, you know, whether I just can't, like, because I will lose my mind.
You know, you could lose your mind as much as you want, but let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know how it is? Some of us, we say, oh, look what this guy did to this child or to this kid. But you have billions of people who believe in a person who had done and is doing this thing. And some of these people doing his footsteps. They're following his footsteps, my friend. Do you know that? Did you hear about some of these people who illegal immigration where they went to Europe and UK and did you know that they're raping some young girls? And some guys they said, "Oh, we're allowed to do this." They don't understand it is illegal. You can't do this. Limit us on the people there have no freaking idea what they brought into their countries. They have no freaking. Have you heard of the Trojan horse?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. The Trojan horse already infected. It's a cancer. Islam is a cancer, my friend. Let me tell you something. It's antichrist. Let me tell you something. It's a wake-up call to you, man.
You know, that might be why they're building up Dubai.
You don't understand, my friend. You have no freaking idea. Did you know every Friday in Saudi Arabia, they have what it's called people's beheading? They behead
No.
people's head. Yes, I had videos. One time I put it on one video. I used to have a YouTube video and it terminated because I showed things that I shouldn't be showing.
Okay,
They-
but you know, what did those people do? They had to have done something really bad.
Not really. I'm going to give you an example. Yes, probably some, but I'm going to give you an example. You're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. There was this guy who happened to be in a chat room, and what he was doing is he was just saying, I don't know if he was a mod, I don't know if he was, I think he was a mod. I'm not sure exactly where. I think in a Pal Talk. Have you ever heard of it, Pal Talk?
I have somehow.
Okay, so he happened to be an ex-Muslim, and then he became Christian. And make a short story is, he went back to Saudi Arabia, and they knew who he was, and they gave him 3 days. This is what Islam does, by the way. They gave you 3 days to revert, to go back to Islam, or you die. And he said, no, I will not. I will not dishonor my Lord. I will not turn my back. And they cut his head off. They not only just Christians, they cut even their own people. For instance, a woman, she happened to lie with another guy. They cut her head off. A man who steals something by the Sharia law, they cut your hand off. And matter of fact, not only your hand, they usually say by law, by the Sharia law, you should cut hand and feet one from the other. You know what I mean? Let's say if they cut your left hand, then they cut your right foot. Let me tell you something, my friend. It is satanic. You have no freaking idea. You have no idea. And you know something? When they wear that hijab and the burqa and the mandila and all that crap, all this stuff, man, God didn't tell them to do this. It all started is because one of the Caliphate, Umar, that's one of the prophet disciple. I think Umar was one of them. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. He happened to go out at night and he saw one of the prophet's wife. She was doing the nature things, pooping and all that stuff, and he saw her body. So he went to the prophet and he said, "Oh, I saw her naked and all that stuff." And then he decided now to wear something to hide her body. So they made their own stuff. They made everything. It's a made up religion. What do cults leaders do? Do you know what cults leaders do? They care about two things.
They take the best of everything. They collect money. They control everybody. They build the flock, and they pass down everything to their children to continue the cycle.
Yeah, but to add to it, how you know it's a cult leader? A cult leader is care about two things. Some people they say three things, but I'm gonna say two things: sex and money. And matter of fact, to any man who will fall from grace is due to sex and money.
I don't think the sex, and this is why.
Go ahead.
Because, imagine that you're in the position of leadership in a mega church, right? You're getting the sex. Like, you're getting plenty of sex. Sex isn't even needed. But what you do need to keep coming in is the money.
But you can't have one person based on everyone. But I said the majority is sex and money. Why sex and money? I'm going to tell you why sex. Sex is meaning
for you,
that
the congregation.
When you own woman, you are in charge. Think about it. You could have sex. You could have any woman you want. It's a property. Matter of fact, in Islam, women are a property. They're considered, guess what, as a second property. They're not even equal to a man. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Do you know that they're not even allowed to have pleasure of sex? Why you think they cut their? Am I allowed to say that word? What's that? Is that like it's called clitoris? Is that how you say it? Did you know that when they're young they cut that off so they don't enjoy sex? Did you know that?
I mean, that's an old practice, but now I'm going to look and see if they still do that.
Some do. I'm not saying all of them, but let me tell you something. Listen, I am not saying everything is being practiced nationwide, but worldwide it is. Why? Because they're following this. They're following what their prophet said, and it's called the Sunnah. S-U-N.
Yeah, it does still occur in some communities today, including Muslim majority countries.
A true Muslim will follow his prophet. There is no such things as moderate Muslim. There is no such things as good and bad Muslim. A true Muslim will follow. You know who's really a true Muslim? ISIS. That's the best way I can describe it to you. ISIS. A true Muslim is an ISIS man who will fight to death.
So not Hamas?
What does Hamas do, you think? What do you think Hamas is doing? Did you know what happened after they released the last 20 hostages? They rounded about a couple of people, a couple of their own collaborators, they call them, and they shot them to death in public places. They love to do this, to show fear, to show who's in power, so who's in charge. This is what their agenda is. There is no peace. Anybody who tells you there is peace is playing with your head. They're lying. Matter of fact, they're allowed to lie in three things. You want me to tell you what they are? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
In Islam, you're allowed to lie. The first one, you're allowed to lie to your wife to make her happy. Can you imagine? You could lie to your wife just to say anything to make her happy.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping with your sister.
My friend, I'm not here to explain to you what you need to lie, but that's not right. Number two, you're allowed to lie between two people to bring peace between them. What kind of crap is that? Number three, you're allowed to lie during a war to win a war or when you are weak. Don't you see the big picture? They're allowed
Yeah.
to lie to win. You're allowed to lie as long as it takes, like you said a few minutes ago. Oh well, you know what, you're a good kid as long as you could outsmart the teacher and you got A on your math class. You cheated, but don't do it as long as you don't get caught. It's the same thing. Cheating, lying, it is from Satan. It's the devil, the father of lies. There is no such things as good lie and bad lie, either good or bad. It's as simple as that. Anything that is not from God, it is satanic. And I believe Islam is satanic. I
Think
don't
so.
I don't care how you twist it. I don't care what you say. I mean, some people say, you know what, Muhammad had done some good stuff here and there. But did you know that Muhammad, he only copy and paste from the Bible? And now what do? They turn around and say the Bible, it is corrupted. The Bible, it is not from the Word of God, but the Quran is. Okay, if the Quran is the Word of God, why does the Quran says if you people do not understand the Quran, go ask the people of the book. Who are the people of the book? The people of the book are the Christians. And what else on top of that? What else on top of that? Muhammad, you know what he did? He did anyone who do not believe in him. He tried so hard to make at least one person, 10 people from the Jewish clan to believe in him. They did not. That's why he hated the Jews. That's why he went against them. Listen, the only way to learn and to understand is there is a guy, if you want to learn more about, what's his name, Islam. His name is Christian Prince. He's a scholar in Islam, but he's Christian. You could learn a lot from him. I learned a lot too.
Yeah, I think
What-
I know him.
You did great. Hey, what is this video? Grant Way. What do you mean, what is this video? What or where? Which one is it?
Huh?
No, someone in the chat is asking, what is this video? You mean, what is this chat all about? We're talking about.
Oh, he wants to know what the video with Charlie Kirk and the divorce debate we were watching.
Oh, Raina knows. I don't know. Raina, what is it?
He's discussing abortion.
No, he said. Do you know the
Can
name?
you
Do
hit
you know
play
the
so he
name of
can
the
see?
video in case he wants to see it?
I like your avatar, Grant.
Yeah, the avatar is a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I want to try to
Oh,
like
what's this
copy
about?
that.
Grant.
Should women go to jail for having an abortion?
Yeah, we were just discussing a couple of different things here and there. If you would like, you could come in and share your thoughts, feelings about anything. We just started with Charlie Kirk abortion, and then we went into politics a little bit, and we went into all different kind of things, even about religion and faith and all that kind of stuff.
There's the link.
The old virus meme. Interesting.
See you in my next stream. Hey, Raina, where are you going?
I'm still here. Get a drink.
Yeah, I got a drink. I'm ahead of you, woman. You know what? You're a cool guy, man. I could talk to you forever, man. I think you have an open mind. That's a good thing. Like open
Yeah,
mind.
your mind is out there.
Yeah, but
It makes a person think.
no, yeah,
Which is
you know, you're a good thinker. I mean, you know, there are things I
Yeah.
disagree with him, but you could hold a good conversation. That's amazing.
Yeah, I like to you know, see both sides. If I have to play devil's advocate, I will, because I don't really care about anything other than the truth, right? If I value the truth more than anything, then I should be willing to dive into falsehood if it reveals the truth. Just like sickness reveals health, health reveals sickness. Like it's the honey, too much honey will make you sick. Well, how do we know, how much pleasure can we get from honey unless we taste it?
Yeah.
So I need to fully understand things and hear both sides of something to fully understand where the pleasure begins and where the pain begins. I need to know, is this pain? Is this pleasure? Is this true? Is this false? And if something can't be determined, that's okay. It's all right if I don't know the truth about something. I still like to be open-minded about, here's a good example, the earth being flat, right? There's people who believe the earth is flat.
Oh, come on. We don't. Come on. We're in the 21st century. Come on, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
So playing devil's advocate, let's let the flat earthers go beyond the ice wall. What's wrong with that? Name one thing that's wrong with that.
But they proved it. They proved it's not true.
Well, if they want to go beyond the ice wall, let them.
Yeah.
But if we say, no, you can't do that, that makes me take their side. Because I'm going to take their side now, because now I think you're hiding something.
But we know
And
it's
I don't
not
care
flat.
what you're
You know the
hiding.
globe. You know the earth. We've seen it.
But here's the thing is, I will still take the side of the flat earther who wants to go beyond the ice wall into Antarctica, because I feel like that is a very reasonable request.
I mean, listen,
If that
you could say
if
that,
that
but
determines the faith of their flat earth or round earth, then I say let them go. What do they have to lose?
it's like you're saying to me, a trans woman is a real woman. It can be. No matter what you do, her parts, her organs, is no longer a woman. I mean, a man is no longer having an organ of a woman, even if he is a trans. You get it? That's what you're saying to
Mhm.
me.
But you're saying that if a man removes his penis and has it, surgically adjusted to look like
My
a
friend,
vagina.
without you going, I know what you're going. I'm saying to you, no matter how, look, did you know that there are some women, some guys, like in Philippines or Vietnam or Thailand, they call them ladyboy, which I never knew about it till I looked it up. They look really like real women, beautiful. And there are men, especially from US or Europe, they go there especially just to have sex with them. But here's the thing, what I'm saying, no matter how good they look, they're still men. So you're saying to me is, oh, this and that about the earth is flat. No matter what you say about the earth, nowadays we know it's not flat. It is round. It's as simple as that. Go.
I'm not saying that I believe the earth is flat.
Okay.
I'm saying that I am forced to advocate for the flat earthers because my round earthers won't let the flat earthers
Oh my
have
God, I need to stand
access.
up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah, just because they won't give them access to prove for themselves once and for all that the earth is flat, because that seems to be the biggest thing that they care about, is they want to go beyond the ice wall to prove that there is or isn't a dome. And then, yeah, that's that. And then it's over. Like the debate's over. Let the flat earthers go, check it out, have fun. Or, something. I don't know.
Something, I don't know. Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, whatever they need. I think there's a lot of things within reason that round earthers can do.
But here's you're going back the same thing like you told me in the first thing. When your son went and cheated on the math and he got an A and he cheated. What I'm trying to say, there are things you're smart enough, you don't need anybody to tell you from right, wrong, from good and bad. So that's all I'm gonna leave it right there. There are things you already know the truth. Why would you go against the truth? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I guess I do believe that there are reasons for things, and I may not know the reasons for certain things.
No, I'm not talking about if you know the reasons or not. There are things you know the truth, but sometimes you go against the truth. Why would you do that?
Why would you go against the truth just to please somebody?
Yeah, don't do that. I don't think it's a smart thing. That's my point of view. But I get it. There are
Well,
reasons why you do it.
it's a very easy thing to allow them to go beyond the ice wall. It's not a big deal.
Well, to me, it's a big deal. I think you're justifying
But
what
listen,
is right.
but listen, how many more people could come to Christ, right? I'm playing devil's advocate. How many
Mhm.
more people could come to Christ if we let them go beyond the ice wall and conclude that that the earth isn't flat, that it's round?
My friend, to me, let me tell you something. As much as yes, I want to see people saved. To me, it doesn't matter if they accept Christ or not. You know why?
Mhm.
My job isn't to force it on them to accept. My job is simply just to share the good news. That's it.
I believe that is force. If
No, it is
your
not.
job is to shine, your job is to shine,
Right.
right?
Okay.
Your job is to water the seeds and to shine the sunlight and to till the soil and to spread the word of God and to be a representative.
Okay. How am I forcing it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how you're forced, is because you're commanded to do these things.
No, not really. Force is not. Forces someone who put a gun over my head or a sword. It's a command to tell us to go out there and tell the good news. It's a word of mouth. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah,
No, I am not shoving it in everybody's throat everywhere I go. Think about it.
I mean, you
There's
technically are by simply being
okay. I
alive.
hear your point of view, but that's how you believe. I get it. I get it. But I don't
I'm
think
not
that way.
against it. I'm
I
not
don't look
against
at it
it.
that way. But I understand your point of view. In other
Yeah.
words, don't say anything. I get it. But
No, I don't think you should not say anything.
okay, I know.
I think you should, because this is the Christian ministry. Is you are
Yeah, I hear
commanded
you.
to speak. You're commanded to share. You're commanded to do good and to not withhold good from those when it's within your power to act. You're commanded to share the good news. To isn't there a scripture about like forgiving sins?
Forgiven sins.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this scripture.
We do know to forgive sins only. Jesus paid it on the cross. We know that. But
Amen.
forgiven sins, it doesn't necessarily means to go out there and do it again. Or I mean, by saying you live in the lifestyle of sin. That's what I meant.
Sin no more. That's what Jesus told that woman. He didn't say go sin a little bit. He's told her to sin no more.
Stop.
Oh, here we go. John 20:23.
John 20:23. Shoot, go.
Interesting.
What did it say?
I'll have to open it up. I actually shut down the thing I was using. Let me see if I can open it. Okay, here we
Guys,
go.
you talk. I need to go to. Oh my God, I need to use the bathroom. So
He's safe.
be safe. I'm gonna go flush myself in the toilet. Be
Whoa,
safe.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Ephesians 4.
Be safe doing that, okay?
Wait, that's not it. Don't flush yourself down the
He's crazy
toilet.
funny. That's what I love
Be
about this
safe
woman.
on the computer.
She always say, "Be safe." Even going to the bath, even going to sleep, be safe. I'm like, I am
Your
freaking
guys'
falling asleep.
life is precious. Your guys' life is precious. There's only one of
I
you.
need to go to the bathroom, woman. You guys enjoy.
Okay,
I'll
so
be back. I'll be
John,
back.
I'm gonna open it actually in context though. I don't like to jump out of context.
Yeah.
So John, what is it? John, do you remember what it was?
20, you said?
20:23. John 20:23. So if I go to John 20:20, no, John 20:21. We'll start there. Then said Jesus to them, "Peace be unto you. As my Father has sent me, even so send I you." And when he had said this, he breathed on them and saith unto them, "Receive ye the Holy Spirit," or the Holy Ghost. whosoever sins ye. Can you read it?
What is it? On what?
Oh, never mind. I thought you had it in front of you. This is a weird version. This is like the King James version. So, whosoever sins ye remit, they are remitted unto them, and whosoever sins ye retain, they are retained. That's John 20:23.
John 1:9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us of our sins and purify us from all unrighteousness.
Yeah, John. That's John 1:9. This is John 20:23.
Oh wow, there's a lot. That's all. Okay, John. There's a lot in Psalms. Half of these I've never even heard of. Where's John? These don't even go in alphabetical order. Oh, here we go. John. There's John 1, John 2, and John 3.
This would be neither of those. So there's John 1, there's John 2, and there's John 3. So there's actually 4 Johns.
Well, John 1 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 verses. John 2 and 3 only. Actually, there's only.
It should be
2
just
John.
John 20:23. Maybe type in just John 20.
Oh, you gotta love the Bible.
Huh?
You gotta love the Bible. This is completely different, but dear children, do not let anyone let you astray. The one who does what is right is righteous, just as it is righteous. The one who does what is sinful is of the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning.
Wait, what are you reading?
1 John 3.
Okay, 1 John. Gotcha.
You see, the reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the devil's work. No one who is born of no one who is born of God will continue to sin because God's seed remains in them. They cannot go on sinning because they have been born of God. This is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. Anyone who does not know what is right is not God's child, nor is anyone who does not love their brothers and sisters. Oh, I actually like all this. See, 19, 16, 12. International version. Ow. Oh, we're going on 3 hours.
Say again?
We're going on 3 hours.
Yeah, this is like normal for me. Just another day.
3 people on my YouTube. Well, no, it says 4 people now.
Yeah, I see 4.
It does not catch up so quickly. Wait. And nobody's on my Rumble.
On your Rumble?
Yep. Guys, don't be afraid to chat. Or get in the box.
Well, ideally, like, you blow yourself up when the video's on pause, because then people are going to come in and instead of just seeing like the still frame, they'll at least see, that you're live and, come in and hear, okay, what's going on, what's being discussed, and that kind of thing. But, you definitely, like, when you're fishing, right, you want to have a lure that attracts the fish, right?
That's how you get the fish.
Exactly. And so for your
Bait.
channel to make it so that people are, come in and be like, oh, okay, what's going on here? You got to be front and center for them, because this is your channel. And yeah, it's just how it's done. That's what gets the most views. It's like you're a news anchor, right? You
gotta go where the big story is.
Yeah, you're not a background character.
No.
You're the main character, actually.
I don't know what else to really talk about.
Well, we've let's see. So the debate with abortion, Charlie Kirk debate and abortion. So
should women go to jail for having an abortion is what the video was about.
Should women what?
Should women go to jail for having an abortion?
I think that, like, if people are going to be going to jail for abortion, then you have to make a law about the people who voted for abortion to be legal. Like, they have to be charged. Or held to some kind of, accountability.
Yeah.
Because if abortion becomes illegal, then what about all the people who were, committing abortion and, like, being a part of that before it was illegal? Like, that's like war crimes, right? Like, if you fought, like, let's say, like, for slavery, and then you lost the war, like, is it okay? Like, oh, you lost, we surrender, and it's all good. We're not going to be punished. We just lose. Like, 2 seconds ago, they were trying to kill you. They had guns. They were shooting at you. Like, should they just be, like, allowed to be free? I don't think so.
If you kill somebody?
I mean, okay, so, like, when they were fighting for slavery, the South, they were taking up arms and they were shooting people in the North. So it just makes sense that that the appropriate punishment for losing the war should be something.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened in the South when they lost the war? Were people put in prison, jail? What was their what kind of punishment did they have? I'm kind of curious about this, because it's very similar when it comes to abortion. What was the punishment for people in the South who fought for slavery against the North? According to AI, individuals in the South who fought against the North for slavery could face a range of punishments, from the threat of execution, which is nothing, because a threat is nothing if there's no action on it, for leading a rebellion, or for white officers of black troops to imprisonment. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Imprisonment, hard labor, confiscation of property. But only for the white officers of black troops, it says. But if that's the case, if they would be put in prison or put to hard labor or their property was confiscated, then, and this is for most of the Confederate soldiers, it says right here, while there were no federal charges brought against most Confederate soldiers after the war, Lincoln's July 1863 order threatened to impose hard labor or execution on captured rebel soldiers for any mistreatment of Union prisoners, particularly black soldiers. So, I don't know, it's complicated. It seems like there were, possibly some punishments for certain people. Well, what about when abortion was made illegal? Which, by the way, you would know this better than I did. You remember a while ago when we had the abortion vote, and basically it was voted that pro-life actually kind of won the vote, and so it was illegal in the United States to do abortions or for abortions to be done in certain states.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm sure that there were some states that were fighting it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I heard that there were certain states that were pro-choice, and they would basically say that, well, they would continue to do abortions, and they kept doing, what they wanted. And that state obviously approved, and people were leaving pro-life states to go to pro-choice states to get their abortions. But of course, this was like a war, and some of it was illegal. Actually, all of it was probably illegal, right? Because once they make law, federal law, if states go against it, well, it depends on state law too. So yeah, it's just like a war, right? There's a lot of different people in the country.
There's a lot of conflict and a lot of war.
Yeah, only in this case it was abortion, which is still, death or birth prevention. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Have you ever had a talk about birth prevention?
How to prevent it?
So preventing birth from happening,
Yes,
that's like stopping a birth in advance.
yeah, there's a pill for that. It's called Plan B.
Yeah, but like
You take it after you have sex. In case it prevents it. It does something to your egg.
yeah, it like does something to the vaginal walls and allows the egg to not stay put or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to go back in time, right,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe keep Hitler from being born by putting Plan B in his mother's drink on the day he was conceived or something,
Okay.
or before he was conceived, right? Would that be murder? So you go back in time.
You're having the baby?
Huh?
Like she's having the baby?
Well, we already know she's going to have the baby. We know when she's going to have the baby because we know when he was born. And so like we would be able to, with assuming we had like a, time traveling device, to go back in time and to kind of stalk his mother and, try to, give Hitler's mother plan B to keep him from being born, would that be murder to prevent the birth from even happening? Or maybe not even plan B, maybe just intervene in some way, like offer her a bunch of money to relocate so that her and the father don't even, know each other.
But why Hitler? I mean, I don't like the man. He did nothing but evil.
Well, that was just the first, person I thought of, probably because of past like YouTube videos, or he's been relevant in conversation lately online through the algorithm. I think one of the last things I saw in the news today was there was some guy that was like praising Hitler. I don't know if it was real. I don't know if it was AI, but it was weird. And yeah, it was the guy that, did you see the guy that interviewed with Tucker Carlson recently?
No.
You didn't see that?
Nope.
It's like trending. I don't know how you missed it. Let me see.
Having sex, you just because you want to finish it.
Then again, like, what isn't trending nowadays, right?
Exactly.
Like, there's so much. It's ridiculous. Like, you can't even keep up with everything at all.
Mm-hmm. Look what Bot said in the chat.
Having sex just because you want to finish is a crazy privilege to begin with.
How's that a privilege?
Having sex just because you want to finish is a crazy privilege to begin with. I'm not sure I understand that. Like, finish what?
Like getting off? Finish is a privilege?
No, because he says having sex. Oh, having sex because you want to impregnate a girl is a crazy privilege to begin with. Oh, so having the privilege to have sex, like just whenever you want, I guess is what he means. Or she.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people that have like options like that. I'm sure if Rena wanted to, she could probably get laid in the next 24 hours. Guaranteed, actually.
Good way of putting it.
But if I tried, good luck. I would need like probably a year. I would need like a year. And I don't even know if I could pull it off in a year. Okay, never mind. If you cheat and you use money, then yeah, of course. That's not the same though. But then again, what's the difference if I use money and you use good looks? Right? Because that's the difference between men and women is men have to use money. Women don't need to. They have good looks. And you got to use what you got. But yeah, there was there's always something.
Woo.
So what did you just think right there?
His message was just out there.
No. Before that. Or after. Either before or after that.
What do you mean before or after that?
Oh, never mind. I'll wait for it again. Okay, but next time I say, what was that? What did you just think? Think of like the last thing that you thought. There he is. I was wondering when you were getting back.
Hey,
Welcome back.
welcome back. Guess what?
Having sex is
I'm
just.
munching on food, and you guys said blah blah blah.
The topic is now sex.
Just eating
What?
away.
He was like,
Yeah, you
Raina,
missed
you
the best
can get late in
conversation.
like 24 hours. And then
Oh no, I missed it. What was that again?
Explain how you said it.
Oh my God! Someone says in the chat. Look what someone said in the chat. That was so funny. Read what he said.
Yeah, that's where the topic came. And then
Well, having sex just because you
and
want
Yo
to finish is crazy for others to begin with.
said if Raina wanted to get laid,
Uh-huh.
she could in like what 24 hours, she said.
I gave you 24 hours. Okay, so let
But
me
then
ask this.
you said it would take you a year. Unless you
What?
have money.
Hey,
Okay, so
listen to
here's a
whoever
good
that
question.
guy, Joy Bot. Invite him in. Let's see what he's talking about.
I gave him the link.
Oh. Anyway,
Okay, so
keep going,
here's
guys,
the
because
question.
I'm really munching on food.
Rena, which one do you think would be more effective? You walk up, you have to try to have sex with somebody, but you do it either without offering them money or offering them money. Which one do you think is going to be more effective? You just approaching and saying, I need you to have sex with me, or I'll pay you to have sex with me. Which one do you think would be more
Most
effective?
people is going to want money.
Huh?
Most people will want money.
Really?
They're not just going to come up to you and just be like, hey, I want to get laid.
I feel like if you approached me and just was like, I need to get laid, I would trust you more. But if you told me that you were going to pay me, that makes me think you have like an STD. Now I'm thinking, no.
STD?
Yeah, sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah, I know what that is. Well, if you really think about it, money is all over. And people aren't just going to, open their legs and not get something out of it. Just like you going to a strip club. I mean, you're going to pay the females to have a good time. You're not just going to be able to go in there and get it for free.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
So sex is no.
Well, technically, there are guys who are so good looking that all they got to do is go in there, and like the girls will be all over them.
Yeah, but it's their job. It's a job, so they got to get paid for it. They're not just like going to be all up. Yeah, it's a job.
Okay, but think about this, right? You're at the strip club, right? You're dancing on your pole, and then guess who walks in? In his prime, Justin Bieber.
Nope.
No.
I was never a Bieber fan.
Okay, but he just wants to talk.
Talking leads to other things.
Okay, how about this? Your boss says, that's Justin Bieber. You need to get over there and talk to him.
Not happening, sir.
You're fired. Go get your things and get out of here. I'm going to have Rachel go get him.
Okay, because she's going to say no too.
Okay.
Exactly. It's like, he's not going to even pay me.
Yeah, he actually, you're probably right, because he's Justin Bieber and he doesn't.
It's for free.
I kind of see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I got
But
bills.
on the other aspect, it's almost like an opportunity to
STD.
to negotiate, right?
Yes, but they got to pay their bills.
Negotiate what?
So
Oh my goodness!
I just got here.
Yeah, Justin Bieber's trying to get in the pants.
No, go back to the part where you said Justin Bieber came in, and then the boss said, like, go back to the beginning when you were saying when he left.
Okay, so yeah, what is the last thing you heard?
You worked at a strip club, well,
Oh,
a
gee.
bar, and you were
How did we get here?
I wish I knew.
But he was like, "What happens?" Because the topic was mainly about if you would pay somebody or not pay somebody to have sex.
Well,
And then
hold
I
it,
made
hold,
a good point. I made a good point to him, and then
hold,
that's when
hold it off for a second. How do you guys come up with this? Is it from the guy who is in the chat? His name, Joy Bot. I mean, his name it says Bot, so you go figure.
No, so
He-
I asked Rena, I said,
Mhm.
actually, let me ask you this really quick. If Rena came up to you and she seemed kind of anxious, and she said, I need you to have sex with me right now, what are you going to say?
And she's not my girlfriend or my wife.
Correct.
Out of the blue, and I don't even know her.
Yeah, you're like on the waterfront, you're just walking down the boardwalk, and she kind of comes up to you, kind of, walking up kind of quickly, almost anxious, and she just pops the question.
No, I wouldn't do it because
Okay.
that's really weird.
Okay, now here's the second scenario. Same exact thing, but this time she offers to pay you money.
What?
Yeah, now she's paying you.
Okay, guys, I don't know how you guys got to this point. You guys crazy.
Yeah.
Both of you crazy.
No. Okay, you'll see where this is going. Okay, so now she's offering to pay you. What are you saying now?
Nope.
Okay, so you won't do it without the money, and you won't do it with the money. Now, Is this
Exactly.
because you have a wife or something?
Two things. One, Charlie who? Someone came in, hey Brenta, come on in. You could join the chat. I would say it's two things. One,
In this scenario, you're single, okay? And you're single. You're just walking down the boardwalk.
right, and my conscience bothers me, I would say.
Your conscience?
Yes.
Okay, so what bothers you about her coming up and asking you this?
It's weird. I mean, come on. There's no, look, I understand men do this, but for a woman, nah, it doesn't happen.
It has happened, and it does
Really?
happen. Yeah, it is very rare, but yes, it does.
Really? I never knew that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I watched a documentary, and actually the girl in the documentary was doing this.
well, I'll tell you one thing. It never happened to me. Never, ever.
Yet, Rihanna,
Ever.
there's still time. Okay, so
Okay, wait. Is the girl pretty? Because it's usually not the pretty one would come up to you. No.
actually,
She
yeah,
must be
she was
really
pretty.
desperate or ugly. Who knows?
Yeah, the girl in the documentary, she was pretty.
No way. Okay, wait. Was it like a test mode or was it real story?
Oh, it was real.
Huh, that's weird. Huh. I'm a little skeptical, but I guess
Okay,
it
so
happens.
again, Rena comes up to you. You're
Okay.
not married, you're not in the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
She's looking 10 out of 10, and she says,
Let's do it.
however
Let's
you
do it,
want,
Rena.
however you want her to phrase it, however she phrases it in your head, she says it perfectly. The perfect delivery. Let's go.
You want to be honest? You want to be
Yeah.
honest?
Uh-huh.
First of all, tell me how you feel. Tell me what would you do, and I'll tell you what I would do.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
Okay.
What would you do in the situation?
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll tell you what he'll do.
Right.
Well, personally, and this might be his answer as well, I'm gonna have a conversation with her. I know that sounds stupid, but like, I'm not the person who will just be sleeping with a girl. I don't care how attractive she is. I have to talk with her. If that's like my love language.
But
so
guess what? It's not gonna happen then. It's not gonna
Yeah.
happen because she's not gonna happen. You know why? Because here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about how we men think. You know better, but all of a sudden now you're playing around the bush. I'll tell you why. Because if I'm in the mood and I haven't had, and my sexual arousal is so high, in plain English, I'm horny. Probably I would say yes. That's it. See, I'm honest about it. There goes.
Maybe that's a possibility.
It's not
Now-
possibility. It's reality, man. When
Now
you, yeah, go ahead.
the money option though, I think that's the one that
No,
might.
money, it doesn't make sense. There's no on earth a woman would pay you to have sex with her. Come on, man. No way. No way.
That's why it's going to be sketchy. That's why that would
Yeah.
be the one that you would not trust.
I mean, why would a woman wants to pay me? I mean, it'd be like, I'm glad she's even willing and offering her.
Honestly, like I think that there's more of a chance of that happening nowadays than ever before, because nowadays with social media, like
No.
people are making bets.
Really?
Oh yeah. It is much more likely now that something like that would
Can I ask
happen.
you something? Can I ask something? You could say no comment if you want.
Shoot.
Are you honestly came up with this question? Is it something you experienced in your life? Because I don't know, man. Sounds like you've done
No,
it.
we actually started. Okay, so we started with having sex just because you want to finish this crazy privilege to begin with. So then we talked about like being able to just have sex whenever you want.
Really?
then
What did you do to this guy?
And then I said, Rena probably could get laid within the next 24 hours if she wanted to, but
Oh.
me, it would take me like a year, maybe more.
Uh-huh.
And then from there, I asked her about what was it? That's where I asked the money question with her. I said, do you think if you went up to a guy, this was my question. I said, if you walk up to a guy
Uh-huh.
and you say like, and you try to convince him to have sex with you, do you think you would be more successful just like this, or if you offered him money? And she said she thinks the money would be more successful, but I think that would make the guy more scared or like fearful to have sex with her because he's going to think there's something wrong with her, like because she's offering to pay money.
And what did
Yeah,
I
but
say?
you know what? You both are crazy. That's all I have to say.
And then we ended up in the strip club.
What?
Somehow, I don't remember quite how that worked, but like I said, okay, so because the money thing, that's right. So then I said, okay, well,
Have you been in a strip club?
I have been, yes.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Since you brought that up, is it something you went there for to meet someone, to have a drink, or everything, or both, or whatever goes?
No, I was always with friends. And so the first time that I went was with I think my brother, my friend, and his father, maybe.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I think that was what happened.
But what was the purpose of going there? You already know it's called strip club.
I mean, these guys, like, that's just kind of the kind of people they were. My friend Cliff from high school, I think that he is just like, I don't know. That's like maybe what he enjoys.
Okay, why would you want to go? Hold on a second. Why would you want to go to the bar if you just want to have a sandwich or you want to have a meal?
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
I'm just saying. I mean, look. Here's the thing. What I'm trying to say. Remember, I told you earlier, and I was honest about it. I said no. I wouldn't do it. But if I happen to be at the right place, the right time, and my sexual arousal is high and I'm horny, as I said, probably I will be at my weakest point. I would probably say yes. What I'm trying to say is, when you know your weakness, you don't go where there is trouble, because weakness is going to put you into trouble. In plain English, you're going to have a good time. Don't take me wrong, because sin tastes good. Sin does taste good, but for a short period. And after that, consequences. I mean, look, if I want to sleep with this woman and sleep with that woman and here and there, what happens? You already know. There is sexual transmitted diseases. Do you want to get that? Let's just say you don't even believe in God. Do you want to get that? So it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Also, do you want to really have kids? You probably say, no, I'm not going to have kids from this woman because I'm just going to have sex with her. I'm going to move on. But do you have an idea how many kids out there in this world that they have no father or no mother. Or there is this young girl that I know of. She was the only, not even 18. She had 3 different kids from 3 different fathers. Think about it for a second. See, the problem is with all of us, when we ignore the facts of sin and its consequences and we put God outside of our life, we could care less anymore. In other words, your conscience no longer feels as bad. That's why it's the same thing. Sometimes, do you know what happens? It's like the frog. You know, you boil hot. When you put the frog in the boiling water, it doesn't even know it's getting hot. Doesn't know how to get out of it. And it's the same thing with us. We kill ourselves slowly. So, yes, sin tastes good because you
I
have
don't know.
pleasure.
You know what? That's one of those sayings that I don't know if I believe that. I know that we all have heard that,
Okay.
but if you put the frog in a pan that it can just jump out, right?
Okay.
And you heat the water very slowly,
Okay.
will the frog jump out or not?
Guys, you're not gonna. I'm sorry. You guys not gonna get a drink. You on Reina? You guys didn't move? Holy crap! I moved around. We've been here for 3 hours. Did you guys move?
This is what I do every day, all day.
Yeah, but did you move around? Did you get a drink? Yo, I don't want you to be like stuck in this freaking chair. It's 4 hours.
This is normal for me.
Oh, gee. All right. Anyway, continue. Go ahead, man. Reina, go get a drink. You don't have to be stuck in your chair. Go move, woman. Go. Anyway, go ahead.
I forgot where we were.
We're talking about the frog.
So I don't. I think the strip clubs are very like lame. I've never.
And not the strip club.
Even
Well, I don't think
the strip club. Even the strip club. You know what? I went to a strip club. And you know what? I went to strip club to make a delivery.
Uh-oh.
To make a delivery of food. And I saw this pretty young lady, honest, man. I have to be admit.
God.
I saw her pretty. She's dancing. She's looking at me and I'm looking at her. I'm like, wow. And then I said, I'm like this. I'm like, no, I'm not coming here for that. I'm like, wow, why would a beautiful woman, a beautiful girl, dancing her? I'm like, this is the girl that, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm like, man, I wish I could have a girl like that. Why does she have to be in a place like this? The point is, I'm saying is, a beautiful woman, they play hard to get, but they're willing to give themselves easily for just a few dollars. That makes no sense. I know easy. See, that's the thing. You know, some of us, we say we don't believe in God. Let me tell you something, man. Even the atheists believe there is God. You know how you know there's God? You follow the most important thing in your life, what you seek. Some of us, nothing but sex. Some of us seek money. Some of us seek jobs. Some of us even, we love our girlfriend to death, as they say. Or some of us even love ourselves. So there is a God in our lives, in each one of us. Either we like it or we don't. There is a God. How do you know that? The most you love and you cherish the most becomes your God. It's simple. Could be your job.
There was a girl in
Anyway,
high school.
oh no.
She wanted me to give her some money so that she could be a stripper.
What's wrong?
But I told her
Clown.
I wouldn't do it because I don't know. I just thought like she was better than that.
Go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying that I had a girl ask me for money one time so that she could go to like, pay for the training to become the stripper, and she would reimburse me like double or whatever. But I couldn't do it because I didn't believe in it. I thought that I wasn't even Christian, but like I didn't feel right about it.
Huh?
There's static noise. Do you hear static noise?
Yeah, it's still static. You might have to refresh.
Yeah, it's me. I'll get out. I'm sorry. Okay, continue, guys.
I wonder why it does that. Because it'll go from like working just fine to the static. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's like, no, it's not lag because it's keeping up. I don't know. So you watched that Charlie Kirk video from the beginning,
Yes.
and it just started off discussing the abortion.
It talked about, I think it was a book or some sort. It's for children or something like that. You can always rewatch it. I've never heard of it. Angel something.
So they started off talking about a book.
Charlie did. Yeah.
Okay.
I've never heard of it.
Can you put the link for the video in the chat?
Let me see.
Because I think somebody wanted you to do that earlier, but yeah, someone Grant said, "What is the video?"
There.
But I probably will watch it after all this. But yeah, I thought I always watched Charlie Kirk videos of him like debating and stuff, and yeah, I like people discussing things like that. But the only thing I don't like is I wish they would like pre-screen people, like have somebody like before you get to Charlie, you got to talk to somebody else, and like they got to vet you to like make sure that you're not like somebody who's not going to bring bad content. Like the content should be good, right? The discussions should be good. The points should be valid, not just fuck you. And no, that's not okay. So nobody should just be getting, name calling, obscenities, just out of control. It should be kept civil. So like I think if they vetted people first, that would also help, because and I almost feel like that could have avoided the shooting to begin with, because imagine if that shooter came up and like tried to talk with Charlie, if somebody else was there kind of deflecting that individual, then his hostilities wouldn't even be against Charlie. Maybe those hostilities would have maybe remained, internal. But when it comes to celebrity status, and people who are important and getting a lot of attention, a lot of people want to jump on top of that. Like Christina Grimmie. You remember her?
She sounds familiar.
Yeah, she came out of a concert and some stalker just like shot her dead after a concert.
Aw.
Beautiful, talented, didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, real shame, but I think that's the world we're transitioning to, is where you have to do things in a smart way, like what you're doing. Like, do it online. Nobody can shoot you. Nobody can attack you. You can be yourself, and you can build your, platform. And yeah, I just think that, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like more complex, but there are ways to build your platform to reach more people and to get more viewers, and there's a strategy to it. But then there's the reality. Like, what does Rena want? What is her goal? What is she trying to achieve? And how can you achieve it better, or what can you improve on, that kind of thing.
Well, that's true.
And then it's a matter of like, doing it or not doing it. And then you got to weigh the pros and cons of both. Like, if I do it, this could happen, or that's going to happen. If I don't do it, then yeah, it's a catch-22. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Good way of putting it.
my sister wanted to make money a couple years ago, and I was like, okay, well, you know, you got to do something. And she's like, okay. And I'm like, well, what do you like to do? And she's like, play games. I'm like, okay, well, you can live stream your games. And she's like, well, I don't want to. And I'm like, well, then how are you gonna, build a platform and, you know, get subscribers and all that kind of stuff if you don't want to live stream your gaming? If you don't want to interact with your audience. So there's that give and that take, like what you put out and what you get out of it, what you put into something. How to reach people.
Exactly. That's what your platform is used for, hopefully for positive thinking, to get the message out there or just interact. I mean, my channel has obviously a lot of things on it.
Now, you said you're against abortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say so what do you think? I'm guessing, okay, so you think that, like, and this is just countrywide, like if a young girl in our country gets raped, you think that she should give birth
At what
to the
age? Is there an age gap that you're talking about?
well, I guess you have to look at it like worst case scenario. So let's say she's like 12 years old. Maybe 15. We'll go by 15. And the reason at 15, because I don't even know mathematically how a 12-year-old can get pregnant. It just doesn't make sense to me. So
The
we'll go
moment
with 15.
a female has a period is when she's able to.
Okay, let's do 16 then.
She is obviously way too young, but she is obviously able to have a child. She is still growing. But even at, there's a lot of stories on a young child of that age pregnant. And
in this scenario, though, it's like a robber breaks in her window.
Term, like she did have the child. But do I think that she should just off the baby? No matter how people sees it, I want to see it as God sees it, how the Bible states it. It's murder. Now, the situation might not be ideal, but she is of age. She knows right from wrong. She knew at that age too what sex was. So there's no.
Well, I'm referring to the situation where somebody breaks into her window and molests her and then flees and gets away.
You're talking about rape.
Yeah.
Well, here's a good example. I've even said it in my stream just a few hours ago. There's a family member of mine that was raped. She was either in her 20s or maybe 30s. I think she was in her 20s. She was pretty young. And it was a colored guy. She didn't want to off the child, all because of the bad circumstances. Like the situation was bad, but she saw the child as a blessing. So she kept that child.
To be fair, that is really good DNA. You're talking like skin pigment. You're talking like athletic. So, I mean, genetically, child-wise, yeah, there are going to be perks.
So she's not going to look at that child as what happened was, wrong. Well, it was wrong. Rape is wrong, regardless. But when she sees her child, she sees a blessing. God blessed her with that child. Of all the mothers, God blessed her with that child. I don't know how old he is today, but she's happy she had him. She doesn't.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you think we should force that outcome on all the 12-year-old girls across the country who get raped? That's the question.
When it comes to a much younger age, like 10 to down,
So you're saying,
their bodies won't be able to handle it, obviously, because they're their child. But until a female has a period, she can't get
Mhm.
pregnant.
so you're saying if it puts the young girl's life in danger, you might be open to an exception?
I don't want no child to die. But rape is not right. And a 12 or even 11-year-old child, she's not going to be able to go full term, not even half term. Because
Okay, quick question. What should be done to the guy that rapes a woman? What should be done?
how most people would say it, exactly what happened, exactly what you did to that person should be done to you. Obviously, you can't pregnate a guy, but you know how the old saying is?
Eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
Yes.
Okay, so what would be done with them then?
They should get the worst end of the deal.
What would that be?
Anything that's horrible, for the simple fact that they even had that mindset that in their hearts to rape the 12 to even 11, because that's when you'll have your period. And
Can you put a punishment into words?
Hello?
oh, we can hear you.
Oh.
Yep, you're back.
Oh, I didn't know I'm back. All right. I thought I'm talking to myself.
Oh, you might have been. We just heard you say hello.
All right. Sounds good. Are you guys still talking about this stuff? Come on, people. You and her.
Well, she has to give me a punishment for somebody who rapes a woman.
Oh.
In words.
Back in the day, didn't they not behead the person?
Okay, honestly, that's my idea. I think that's what we should do, but that's just
your
me.
idea. Ooh.
Yep. You rape a woman, you get caught, your head gets cut off.
No, I think some people they used to do both, not just the guy.
Yeah, that is biblical in the Old Testament.
No. It's not about biblical. It's some other got nothing to do with Christianity. I think that's how they do it. I think I could be wrong, but I remember there are some people who, like, let's say, for instance, you take some, I don't know, maybe in India, maybe somewhere else, maybe in Islamic countries where sometimes even the woman, they put the woman to death too.
Yep.
Yeah, in the Bible, if the woman does not scream, she'll be stoned as well. If she screams, then she will not be stoned.
Yeah, I don't know if that word scream, but I'm not sure about that because I don't know. All I know is, yeah, I mean, if she's going along with it, if you really think about it, since you brought that up, I can think of one thing. Do you remember King David?
King David.
King David.
Yeah.
The one who had, he went one night, he stayed, he did not go to war, and he stayed, and he saw
Uriah.
He saw this beautiful woman bathing, and he inquired of her, and she came along. Do you know her name?
Bathsheba.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And he had sex with her and all that thing. So what I'm saying is, to me, if you think about it, even he had sex with her and all that stuff, I think she went along with it. In other words,
isn't that kind of funny though? That her name is Sheba, Bath Sheba, and she was in a bath, and that's her sin, was bathing on a roof. Like the
Yeah,
writer
yeah,
was like not very creative. He's like, what name should I use? I don't know.
yeah.
What was
No,
she doing? She was in a
some
bath.
she was on
Bathsheba.
a bad.
Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, if you think of also like Tamar, it was half sister of. She was a beautiful girl. I don't want to say something which I'm not right.
Haman.
Haman or Tamar, I think.
No, Tamara
They
was the daughter.
Tamara, I think. Tamara in the Bible. Let's see who she is.
She's the
Who else?
daughter
Oh
of
yeah, who
King
else?
Solomon.
Yeah, Tamar.
Or is it King
Tamar?
David?
Tamar, yeah. Tamar was the name of two unique women whose usual stories can be found in the Old Testament.
King
The first Tamar was read about
David.
scripture, was the window of Ur and Onan. No, I want to talk about the second was the sister of Absalom. That's the one.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah, there was
that's
two.
the
Yeah, so the
Absalom
second one was
killed
the sister of Absalom and daughter of King David, who was raped by her half brother Amnon. See,
Amnon. Yeah.
this woman, she bled with him. She screamed. She said, "Please don't defile the bed. Please don't do this to me. Don't do that." And he forced her. See, that's the difference between Tamar, the half the half sister of Abnon. Is that how am I saying his name? Absalom.
Amnon.
Abnon. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So yeah. No, Tamar. Anyway, so he did bad. This guy, Amnon, and she was. Listen to this. He was raped by her half brother Amnon. I mean, look, there's a lot of sick things going on. I mean, there are people who does things
Wait,
to
wait.
their
Half
sisters. To their.
brother. Was it half brother?
It says here the second was the sister. The second was the sister of Absalom and daughter of King David, who was raped by
It is half
half
brother.
brother Amnon. Yes. So that was her half
Yeah,
brother.
that.
In other words, he could be. They are from the same father, but not the same mother.
I don't like that story because it ruined her life. Like basically, that became her identity,
Yes,
and
yes, yes. He ruined all her
it
life. You're
really,
right.
yeah, it ruined like her entire life. Him doing that to
Yes,
her.
yes. He did. He did. I mean, that's sad.
It is.
Anyway,
And King David was just like, oh man, King David, what a POS for that. That's
but
ridiculous.
think about it, man. Think about what we said earlier. See, this is what happens. Your
But
sin
if you're
follows.
king, if you're the king, you should be dealing out justice, and the justice for that is what you set. Now,
You don't
if,
have to be king to have justice, my friend. You even look when you are. Listen. Here's the thing. God is head of the church. God is head of Christ. Christ head of the church. The church is head of the household of the house, and the man of the household is the head of the family. What I'm saying, there is steps after one another we follow, and when you break that steps, things go wrong, and then you gotta look here in plain English. Even if you believe in God or not, there is laws that we must follow, and these laws come from a holy divine. For instance,
I still
you
would have
jump
cut
in,
his head off.
huh?
I still would have cut his head off. I don't care
I
if
know,
he's my
but you
son. You're
jump in
getting
a
your head
car, you
chopped off.
jump in a, here's the thing, you jump in a car, you drive the car, it tells you 65 miles an hour on a highway. You go 100 miles an hour and you kill someone. Now it's a manslaughter because if you were going 65 or less and you got in an accident, it will be considered as an accident. What I'm trying to say is there are things we should not do. And this is the problem with all of us. We do things what we want to do. It is a lot. But here's the thing: it is easier to do the things what we want to do rather than the things we shouldn't do. Why? Because we're going against ourselves, against the flesh. We're in a battle in the flesh every day. Why do you think we want to eat the best food? Why do you think we want to work out? Why do you think we want the best in this and that, the best clothes? So I'm not saying something bad with that. I'm just saying there is an extreme to a point that there are things we should be doing. So it's simple. I mean, I could be preaching as much as I want, but it always comes back to you. You have to ask yourself, do I want to do the right thing or do I want to follow my way? And if you follow your ways, you're going to regret it. You're going to end up doing things wrong. And it's as simple as that. That's why there are laws. That's why God gave us guidance and He gave us also free will. Free will. You could love Him and you could not to. And God says, you want to have your way, you can have it. But as long as you're still breathing, as long as you're still living, you have a chance. But the window of life is not going to open for long.
Exactly.
So I rather take God's way than my way because I know I've been doing my ways, and my ways got me to nothing but trouble. That's why each one of us, we are sinful, we are guilty, and we are short from the glory of God. No one is perfect. No one will ever even to God's heaven. So, I mean, look, each one of us, we know deep down, we know there are things we shouldn't be doing, but it feels good. It tastes good. Because as I said earlier, doing the right thing sometimes it doesn't feel easy, it doesn't feel good. But doing what is, look, like some people say, I want to go and have a time, I want to go drink and get drunk, I want to go and whatever, without even saying it. It's obvious. When you follow your flesh, when you follow the world, it feels good, it feels easy. Uh, Charlie, who Brenda? I don't know who Brenda is. Someone came here. X, is that you?
Brenda?
X. Who's X?
From my
It's X from Meet Me.
Oh no, my phone is. I gotta. Hello, can you guys hear me?
It's a little crackly. You probably need to refresh again.
Hi, X. You said you would get in my box.
Yeah, you have to get in the box.
That sounded so wrong. You said the next day you would get in my box.
It was a promise.
Exactly. You said it was late the other day, that you'll do it tomorrow.
No backing out.
I will ground you if you don't.
You got to pay the piper.
Well, you're just killing something which cannot speak. That's a good way of putting it. Yep. Oh. 4 hours and wow.
Yeah, when I look at all the madness in this world, it makes me take a couple of steps back and not worry so much about the world so much as my own life and myself, because we can get caught up in the world all too easy nowadays. And it is so much easier to get sucked into something now with social media and devices and technology, that we need to be more mindful that, to take a moment to take your energy back into yourself and to take a deep breath and relax and just remember that we're in control of our own lives and we have to put us first and not get sidetracked and lost. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Wow, that is That is early. Okay, so Praise is just getting up. He might need some coffee and tea or something.
He's
But
from
yeah,
Boston, so definitely tea.
nowadays we have to take things slowly. Make sure that, you know, you wake up on the right foot. Kind of ironic that Praise mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
But stay on the right foot, because there's so much that comes into your life to derail.
I'm not staying on my right foot right now.
You're not staying on your right foot.
Not right now, not.
Is your right leg up in the air?
Yes, because it's swelling.
Wait, what? What happened?
Oh, I just had surgery and I'm not elevating my foot.
Oh,
I've
and
been here for 4 hours, guys.
you're supposed to elevate your foot?
Yes. But the topic, everything was like, I liked our topic, so I just dealt with it.
Dang, you can't just like kick your leg up on the table?
Not with these shorts, I cannot.
Well, the camera's above you. It only goes to your waist.
Well, we can honestly come back to the topic when I stream again.
True.
I think 4 hours is good enough.
Yeah. Midnight is where I'm at. I'm still
Midnight?
trying to.
But I do want to thank you for actually getting the box, and you definitely have a mind. I like how you think at certain points, you know? So anytime I go live, you're always welcome in the box to debate, because there's all kinds of things to debate about.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion to be had, I think. And I always enjoy hearing both sides of, you know, opinions on things, you know, especially as long as people can keep it cordial. You know, if people can be respectful and discuss something and not get angry and scream and yell, like, I'm all for it. But, you know, the moment somebody starts getting very hostile and aggressive and angry,
That's when you need to cut it and just leave. You know?
it's not that. It's just that I'm an empath, so I feel it in my heart, and I do not like. It makes me like I have to kill that person, because if that person is making that emotion of hatred towards me, I have to end that hate, because that hate can't be around me, because I'm not. I
Hate
can't.
spreads like a virus.
Well, it's like, think of God, and then you have hate. How can God and hate be together? They can't. So
God's love.
God would have to kill hate and destroy hate. And he does, you know, biblically. In that story of the Bible, hate is dealt with. It's nailed to the cross. So in the same way, though, like, I can't be near hate either. I would have to nail it to a cross as well. So yeah, I just can't be around that kind of I can't be around hate, you know, and that it's just so vile and disgusting, and I don't know how people enjoy that.
Well, all we can do is spread love.
Yep. And like you said, you know, if you have to cut it and get away from that, then that's the best option.
But thank you for joining my box.
Yeah, I was just coming on YouTube to kind of like check and see like what was going on, and I saw your video, or I saw somebody else's video. I think it said live, and I clicked on it, and they weren't live, and I was like, okay, that's weird. And then I saw your video notification that I got, and I went to click on it, and it was like, I guess it was like a live stream, and I was like, oh. And then I listened to what you guys were talking about, and ironically, he happened to be talking about me and the conversation that we had about something. So I was just like gonna listen, but then he started talking about our discussion that we had the other day, and I was like, okay, well, you know what that means. It's like signs and omens. When things like that happen, like, how do you ignore that? Like, you don't. So I just took that as a, God wanted me here tonight, and so hey, why not? And we had a great discussion. I definitely got my brain full. I am stuffed.
God is love. Are you wanting to join the box before I end the stream, X?
God is love, 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 baby, don't hurt me. Praise, it might be too early.
He said it was 6, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
I
6
think, yeah, he was saying that it was early, so I don't know. He's probably just getting started on his day.
Chop, chop.
1 John 4:8b.
1 John 4:8.
Yes. B part, the second part.
1 John
4:8b.
You said B?
Well, if you look at like the New International Version, it'll have like a little B for like part 2 of that scripture. It's the end.
Let's just go down. Did I put?
It's the shortest verse in the Bible.
Oh. Short. There's nothing short about this verse.
1 John 4:8b.
Footnote. If it is hard for the righteous to be saved, what will become of the ungodly and the sinner? For then those who suffer according to God's will should commit themselves to their faithful Creator and continue to do good.
That can't be right. That's 1 John 4.
That's 1 John 19.
Oh, what's 1 John chapter 4, verse 8.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, if I click somewhere else. Yeah, we can see you.
Oh, here we go. Well, now you can. Right here.
It's a little small. I guess we can't see it.
I don't know how you make this thing big.
Probably just Control Plus or something.
Let me see how small that is. Oh, wow,
What
that is
that
small.
works?
Actually, let me do this.
Oh, there it goes.
There we go. I'll just do this. Right here.
Okay, so go to this is 1 John
Yeah.
chapter 4.
No, it says 19 right here.
No, 1 John chapter 4, verse 8. No, John.
Why did you take me to Peter? John.
No, 1 John. 1 John 4, and then and then colon. You got to put a colon between 4 and 8.
No. 8.
Yep.
All right. Whosoever does not love does not know God, because God is love. Amen to that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And there is so many translations. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, you know, there's something called Blue Letter Bible. Have you ever heard of it?
No, Tree of Life version.
So if you go, okay, check this out. Go into your browser and type Blue Letter Bible.
Blue letter. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, this is like the coolest thing you're ever going to see in your life when it comes to the Bible. So on the right side, do you see where it says, for example, Genesis 1, whatever?
Yeah.
So type in like anything, like 1 John 4:8b or something again, and you'll see that what it'll do is it'll pull up the King James version, but it'll actually pull up like the original language, word for word, with the meanings and everything. So like nothing can be taken out of context. You will literally be looking at the original languages and the original words as is, but with commentary, with description. What did you click?
Retrieve.
No, on the right, you're supposed to click the little arrow button.
Let me go back.
Yeah, I don't know what you clicked, but yeah. So you click it. Oh, you clicked retrieve?
Yeah.
No,
Multiple verse retrieval.
No, just click inside the box.
This box?
Yeah, and then just hit enter.
Oh, that's what I thought that's what I did. It doesn't do anything.
What?
Option. What's option?
Wait, maybe scroll up. Maybe you're in the wrong box. Scroll up. Oh, okay, scroll down. Keep going. Keep going.
Something. What is the verse of the day?
Your layout is different than mine. I guess it must be the very top. So try going all the way to the very top. Up there. Yeah, try that. How weird. You must be on like Apple or something. Oh, there you go. It works. Oh, so if you go to 8, right? 1 John 4:8. Now click on where it says on the left where it says 1 John 4:8. No, on the left. Yeah, click that. And watch what it does. It opens up each word. Now this is actual, and it has the pronunciation for each word in the original language. Check that out.
English.
Click the little volume button.
Strong's G 3361. May.
And that's the word for not. So basically it breaks down the Bible word for word. And if you click the word on the left, or the Strong's thing where it says like not. Yeah, you could click that. It'll actually take you down below, and now it's showing you the translation, the pronunciation, the part of the speech, the root word, and if you scroll down, I think it even has like the definition for the word.
Strong definition, outline of biblical usage. Dictionary. Greek.
But yeah, the reason this is important is like, here's a good example, and I'm not trying to start a debate or anything, but like, let's say somebody wants to argue for or against eating bacon, or how about someone wants to argue for or against wearing clothing made of the same kind of material, or somebody wants to argue about whether we keep the Sabbath or not, or let's say somebody wants to argue about what was the other one that always came up? It was a big one. The bacon is huge. The ones that are the biggest ones is the bacon. That's the one that most people fight tooth and nail. The other one was wine. Okay, so that was the one I was trying to think of. So you know how like Jesus turned water into wine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you go to that scripture and you actually look at the meaning of the word, and then you go into the Old Testament and you look at the meaning of the word there, so there's basically an argument to be made that Jesus didn't make wine. He made grape juice. In other words, it was not alcohol. So this is something that you can actually look in the scriptures. You can look at the word used and the meaning of the word, and basically you could find out for yourself if Jesus made grape juice or if Jesus made wine.
That's interesting.
That's why I loved Blue Letter Bible so much, because I had so many questions and I wanted and needed answers. And when my friend taught me about it back in 2000, like 6 or 2005, somewhere in there, I found it to be, at first I kept blowing him off, but like our studies would always resort in, you know, debating and maybe not argument, but like disagreements. And so then when we would look at something like this, it became very appealing to me because I would always end up, you know, discussing things with people, but people didn't want to like study. People didn't want to study. They didn't want to know what it said because they just want to, people want to remain ignorant. They don't want to study. They don't want to learn for themselves. And they would rather just be complacent. And I get that. But at the time I didn't. So I was studying to be knowledgeable for myself. But in the pursuit of that knowledge, I would share it with other people, but other people would get very hostile and very aggressive because they don't want to hear the truth.
Exactly.
And the reason they don't want to hear the truth is because the truth, if it doesn't line up with what they want to hear, they reject it. It's that simple.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in my box, yo.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I always say till the next one.
Yeah.
I don't even know, how do I even exit the box?
Wait. Right. You ready?
Oh, leave, top right. No, I see it.
Alrighty, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining. If you are new, please subscribe, comment, like, and share. And if you want to support me, my Patreon link is in my bio on my YouTube. Always grateful and appreciated. I will go live again on Restream. I want to start doing that a lot more because it helps both of us to interact and we can talk about the topic, debate about it. But until then, I will see you on my next stream. Be safe wherever you guys are doing or wherever you guys are going. Just be safe. Thank you, X, and everybody else that was in my chat. And thank you, Yo, for, again, joining my box and debating and everything. But until then,